Hello, where am I? My face is there. I am. Whoa, that was wild. Welcome in, everybody. How are y'all doing this fantastic Monday? It is Monday, right? Yes, Monday all day long. Welcome in. Happy Memorial Day. Guys, it has rained here all day long. So we didn't have any major plans, thank goodness, or it would have been a little disappointing because it's just raining out there. Anyway, welcome in, everybody. How are y'all doing? Welcome into my mod team. Forrest and Butterfly are already here. If Rachel's not here yet, she'll be here shortly. Who else do we have? Carrie, welcome in. TC Keith, True Crime Keith, welcome. Tricia, good to see you. Guys, what did y'all do today? Did y'all cook out? Did y'all just chill and relax? I chilled and relaxed. I'm gonna have the kids over in about a week and a half for a cookout. Celebrate the youngest boy's graduation and 2 birthdays. We're going to do it all at one time. That's how I like to roll. Can we just do all this at once? So, sliders for dinner, and it started raining. Yeah, I had sliders yesterday, Butterfly. They made spaghetti today. I'm like, whatever. I think I've ate enough spaghetti in my entire lifetime. Like, that's disgusting. I ate a small bowl. It rained all day, and the day before, yeah, it rained here yesterday, but today was far more than yesterday. I had no idea. But it was all coming up out of the Gulf on us. Like, I looked at the radar because usually don't care. But I had to go somewhere today. So I wanted to try to go when the rain stopped. And I looked, I was like, oh, okay. Coming out of the Gulf hot and heavy on me here. I see how you're playing today. So, anyway, I don't know. Maybe it'll stop eventually. One day. My backyard is flooded. Puppies don't care for this weather, but anyway. How many of you guys watched the interview room last night? I know my mods did. Well, Forrest, I don't recall if you did or not. I know Rachel did, and Butterfly and I did. A lot of people were in there watching that show. And I'll tell y'all, I'll be honest. I honestly, because I've sat in this, this happened in 1996, okay? I was in my late 20s. My children were 5, 6, and 7 years old. I had doorsteps. Wouldn't have it any other way. But that's what my life was. A mom of 3, full on mama bear protection mode, right? Every door is locked, every window's checked. I couldn't even lay my head down at night without knowing, without a doubt, those things had been done. Like, 'cause that's why it's hard to wrap our heads around the absent-minded people who don't lock doors. We're like, what? Like in 96, I was concerned about that stuff, right? We were getting all the white van images and the people using puppies to lure our children. We couldn't be careful enough. One thing I never did, I considered it because I'm not an idiot, right? Consider if a parent could harm a child, because we've seen that it can happen. Now, back in 1996, we didn't hear about that a lot. We just didn't hear about it a lot, right? And then when we had Elizabeth Smart was missing and how the internet wasn't a thing then, but the media was, mainstream media, the court of public opinion just ripped Ed Smart to pieces, right? We've seen so much of this play out lately, how families become affected, how they feel when these crimes are thrust into the spotlight, and therefore they are as well, and they're scrutinized. Sometimes these families are just surrounded by love and support. Sometimes all the fingers in the world are pointing dead ass at them, right? What moves the needle in situations like that, right? To make somebody say, well, by God, they had to do it. They just had to, because there's no other explanation. I don't know that John Ramsey did anything to his daughter. And here's why I want to say it like that. Because I haven't seen enough of the investigation to make a determination, right? For me, in my personal opinion, I never could wrap my head around a 9-year-old child being able to do the things that were done to that little girl. But I could not say that a father couldn't or wouldn't, or a mother for that matter. Susan Smith, somebody stole my babies. Turns out you drove them into a lake. All in the, come on. So I can't sit there. That's not what the show's going to be about, right? My part of it. I don't know who committed this crime. Just like I don't know who committed that crime in Delphi, Indiana. Nobody seems to have a clear-cut, concise theory. Even the people who support Rick Allen are divided upon the theories, right? And that's fine. So what I want to do really is unpack a lot of this evidence, and my mind is so wrapped around this DNA. Chris McDonough, I can't leave the DNA. You can't leave the house. He can't leave the house in the Guthrie case, and I can't leave the DNA alone in this case. We're going to tackle that part first. It's wild. I wanted to honor the victims on Memorial Day because victims and their families, man, they just go through so much, right? They go through it and go through it and go through it. And even when you try to shine light on that alone gets hijacked and it becomes murky. And then are we still defending families and victims, or are we just now going at people, right? It's weird. So here we always try to do that. We talk about horrible crimes, right? And we want to do it with sensitivity, but I don't feel like families are watching my show. There may be, we never know, but we're true crime people, and we're going to unpack the evidence and we're going to try to follow it. Where would it take us? There's a lot about this case that never made sense. There was a lot about this case that was completely mishandled. There's still things that are coming out today that don't make any sense, right? And we all know that the web sleuths lady points the finger directly at John Ramsey. I think a lot of people feel like, yeah, he's got to have something to do with it. And they could have your opinions. I'm not here to change it. I just don't know that I can get there yet without looking at everything that come along, right? And as far as that interview room thing goes, man, I didn't have a problem with John Ramsey going on there at all. At all. He's old and it was late. They might want to reconsider their time frames, their scheduling with him. Other than that, who am I to tell him not to come on the interview room and host a series of shows with them and let the man talk? I'm going to sit there and tear him apart in the chat section. I'm not paying attention to what's being said. I'm not going to pick up on relevant information that might actually matter to an investigation because I'm caught up in the weeds and the drama of it all, right? So I'm trying hard to go. You can't help but look at some of that stuff sometimes. So I'm going to try to do our best to follow what we do know. And we got some pretty good information that we can refer back to. And we're going to go back to some of the early stuff and look at as far as his DNA is concerned, right? Now, the interview room can do whatever they want over there, but my biggest problem with what they did last night was host a show for thousands of people and clear a family based on a letter from a district attorney. And when you see the backstory about how that came about, you will take pause. Furthermore, to continue to say the Guthrie family, Annie and Tommaso to be exact, come on, let's not sugarcoat it, are absolutely somehow involved with Savannah's mother's disappearance, as if it's not Annie's mother, too. But because they were the last ones to see Nancy Guthrie, Tommaso was the last one to drop her off. They were the first ones to report her missing. They were the first one to introduce a narrative. by calling 911 and saying, "My mama's gone, the back door's open, what the fuck's going on?" They introduced a narrative instead. So it's weird. How can you come out in that case and be that way about it, and then come out in this case and say the family's cleared based on what? DNA evidence? Didn't wishy-washy sheriff say the DNA they recovered in Nancy Guthrie's home that they're looking at doesn't match the family, or it's not the family's? It's unknown. Unknown DNA so far is the only thing that's cleared the Ramseys. I don't got a problem with them coming out and clearing anybody officially. I don't. Whatever. I guess you've done your job. But how can you accept it in this case and not the other case? Because it's nanos. Can we get over that part of it, right? Make it. It doesn't make sense to me how you can do such a big turnaround. Does that make sense to y'all what I'm trying to say? It's just, to me, it was weird that we're doing that. And I'm going to show you all that letter. And we're going to read it because it is important. To me, the letter was important. It doesn't mean that I take it to the bank, because when you dig into the DNA a little bit more, just like in Delphi, when I saw Paul Holes talk about the DNA in Delphi, my ears perked up. I was there for it. I was like, please tell me some shit nobody else in this case is willing to say out loud. The first thing he said, and this was years ago, they've got their work cut out for them with that DNA in Delphi. That can only mean one thing. You've got a mixture that you can't separate. Paul Holes, I really wish you'd come over here and talk to me about that a little bit more and elaborate, because I think I'm right about that DNA in Delphi. That's why IgG was never performed on that DNA in Delphi, Indiana. How come it's not been done in this case? If they got so much DNA, enough DNA that we got into CODIS in 2008, where's the IgG on said DNA? Did it yield a name? And that's not enough? Should be enough, right? The DNA is on the body and on the clothing. Kohberger's DNA was on the sheath, so that was enough. So something's amiss, and we're going to try to unpack it and figure out what it was. Rachel says her son was 7. I think a lot of us in this community, all, that have kids that are grown, we all had the younger kids back then, and we followed these cases, and we remember when they happened, and you go with years and years and years and years and nothing, Well, there was a lot. Remember that one guy that confessed in this case? What was his name? Carr? We'll get to him eventually, weirdo. I remember when I saw that guy on TV for the very first time, I thought there's something wrong with that guy, and I could not put my finger on it. I couldn't. So let's read this. Let me pull this up on my phone so that I can actually read it, because that's going to be too small for me on my screen, the way I have it there for you guys. Okay. Now, Chris McDonough says he can't get behind clearing the family in the Guthrie case until the FBI does so. This is not a letter from the FBI clearing a family. So I don't know what the difference is. Okay, this letter is dated July 9. That's a really good day, by the way. 2008. It's the birthday of my oldest child. Well, not the year, but the day. Okay. Mr. John Ramsey, dear Mr. Ramsey, as you are aware, since December 2002, the Boulder District Attorney's Office has been the agency responsible for the investigation of the homicide of your daughter. Now, that's since 2002. This crime occurred December 25th, 1996. That night, she was a Christmas night, found Christmas morning on December 26th of 96. So This is 2002. The Boulder District Attorney's Office has been the agency responsible for the investigation of the homicide of your daughter, John Bonet. I understand that the fact that we have not been able to identify the person who killed her is a great disappointment that is continuing that is a continuing hardship for you and your family. However, significant new evidence has recently been discovered through the application of relatively new methods of DNA analysis. This new scientific evidence convinced us that it is appropriate, given the circumstances of this case. Um, hold my thought. Okay, I gotta hold my thought for a second because I don't even pertain to this and I'm about to spout off on something else. Sorry, y'all. Okay, slow your roll, girl. This new scientific evidence convinces us that it is appropriate, given the circumstances of this case, to state that we do not consider your immediate family, including you, your wife, Patsy, and your son, Burke, to be under any suspicion in the commission of the crime. I wish I could have done so before Ms. Ramsey died. We became aware last summer that some private laboratories were conducting a new methodology described as touch DNA. 2008 touch DNA. It reared its ugly head a couple years ago in the Brian Koberger case. One method of sampling for touch DNA is the scraping method. This is a process in which the forensic scientists scrape places where there are this is where they scrape the places where there are no stains or other analysis of any genetic material. So I don't know if y'all have been around when we discussed this once. We had a show and we were looking at forensic evidence and stuff, and where they look at the items of clothing and they will analyze areas that don't look visible, like a touch, right? That you can't see where something happened. And there could be touch DNA all over this clothing, and they never know it because they're not testing those all over the clothes, right? Um, we all about those scrapings over there in the Karen Reed case and John O'Keefe's pants, man. Okay, I don't know why that just popped in my head, but it did. We became aware last summer that some private labs were conducting the methodology with the DNA, with the touch DNA. One method of the sampling for touch DNA is a scraping method. This is a process in which forensic scientists scrape places where there are no stains or other signs of the possible presence of DNA to recover for analysis and genetic material that might nonetheless be present. We contracted with the Bodie Technology Group, a highly reputable lab recommended to us by several law enforcement agencies, to use the scraping method for touch DNA, along with on the long johns that John Bonet wore that were probably handled by the perpetrator during the crime. The Bodie Technology Lab was able to develop a profile from DNA recovered from the two sides of the long johns. The previously identified profile from the crotch of the underwear worn by John Bonet. Oh, let me get the next screen up for you guys. Worn by John Bonet at the time of the murder matched the DNA recovered from the long johns at Bodie. So, okay. Unexplained DNA on the victim of a crime is powerful evidence. The match of male DNA on two separate items of clothing worn by the victims at the time of the murder makes it clear to us that the unknown male handled these items. Despite substantial efforts over the years to identify the source of this DNA, there is no innocent explanation for its incriminating presence at three sites on these two different items of clothing that John Bonet was wearing at the time of the murder. Solving this crime remains our goal, and its ultimate resolution will depend on more than just matching DNA. That stood out to me. Yeah. Because once you match the DNA, you got to develop where's your evidence, right? Well, just like in the Koberger case, the evidence was the DNA on the sheath found at the scene. This is DNA found on the clothing of the victim. It's not the same thing. Solving this crime remains our goal, and its ultimate resolution will depend on more than just matching DNA. Yeah, because you can't walk into court and say, "We arrest this guy on IgG." It's not allowed. You can walk in there and say it was a tip, but you can't say it was IgG. Ask Koberger. Unless they change that law and somebody fights it real hard, like Koberger was geared up to do. And tried. She really did try hard. But they don't have the over here. It's like we don't even want to know, even look at no IgG. Have to ask yourself why. However, given the history of the publicity surrounding this case, I believe it is important and appropriate to provide you with our opinion that your family was not responsible for this crime. Our opinion. Based on the DNA results and our serious consideration of all other evidence, we are comfortable that the profile now in CODIS is the profile of the perpetrator of this murder. So if this was entered into CODIS back in 2008 at the date of this letter, the person's never committed a crime that did that crime, or else they would have had a match in CODIS. Now, how CODIS works, right? We understand that. People get arrested, their DNA goes into the CODIS data bank, a crime happens, they upload a profile, boom, we got a match. Tom, Dick, and Harry. Nothing since 2008. That tells you something about your perpetrator, in my opinion. To the extent that we may have contributed in any way to the public perception that you might have been involved in this crime, I am deeply sorry. No innocent person should have to endure such an extensive trial in the court of public opinion, especially when public officials have not made sufficient evidence to initiate a trial in a court of law. I have the greatest respect for the way you and your family have handled this adversity. Now, with that said, they're the very reason all that shade was thrown directly at this family. Because I remember the shit show. I was watching it live on CNN, or excuse me, redaction, HLN, headline news. I watched it all. I watched all the arrogant asses get up there and point fingers directly at this family. Experienced talking heads. And I'm like, damn, that's pretty bold to say without any evidence, but okay. Because if that was my kid, yeah, I'd feel some type of way if I knew I was innocent. Some motherfucker done broke into my house and hurt my baby in my house, and I didn't even know it. Me and myself fixing to have a damn discussion. My grandson is tossing something up against my door, y'all. It's going tink, tink. Can y'all? I hope y'all can't hear that. Sorry for the distraction. He's distracting me. A lot of times the public officials would handle investigations better and handle the press better. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard on families until we need to be. I'm aware that there will be those who will choose to continue to differ with our conclusion. Oh, Trisha from Web Sleuths. But DNA is very often the most reliable forensic evidence we can hope to find, and we rely on it to bring the justice to those. Wait, how can she rely on the DNA to bring the justice when up there she said it was going to take more than just matching DNA? Damn it, man, word salad. I just caught that. I'm aware there will be those who will choose to continue to differ. Okay, but DNA is very often the most reliable forensic evidence we can hope to find, and we rely on it to try to bring justice to those who have committed crimes. I am very comfortable that our conclusions that this evidence was vindicated has vindicated your family is based firmly on all the evidence, including the reliable forensic DNA evidence that has been developed as a result of advanced in that scientific field during the investigation. Mason, honey, you quit doing that. Baby, I'm live. think his little ball rolled under my door and he came in to get it. Lord. Okay. We intend we intend in the future to treat you as the victims of this crime. They always were until they weren't. Their daughter, you know what I'm saying? Hell, I didn't even look at Jen Soto that way the very first interview when everybody else in the room with me did, in the chat room, in the live stream. I was like, whoa, wait, y'all was quick to judge, but damn, they weren't wrong, but damn, it was quick, right? It was like, whoa, the second they saw her face, it was like, ah, she did it. I was like, damn, damn. They did the same thing with Sebastian Rogers' mama, Katie. She did it. I was like, damn, fuck, I gotta keep my babies safe because I know what's about to happen. We intend in the future to treat you as the victims of this crime, with the sympathy due to you because of the horrific loss you've suffered. Otherwise, we will continue to refrain from publicly discussing the evidence in this case. There's not a lot of evidence in this case other than I've come to find out there's some missing stuff too. Well, we're going to try to unpack what evidence they actually do have. And I bet you, because this investigation was so bad, there was a lot lost, right, that didn't need to be lost. And we're going to go through some of that as we move through and unpack this case. We got a pretty good timeline we can refer back to. Oh, I haven't checked. I hope everybody can still hear me and see me, that we're still good. Okay. Sorry, I've just been reading and running my mouth. We hope that we will one day obtain a DNA match from the CODIS databank that will lead to further evidence and just the solution of this crime. With the recent legislative changes throughout the country, the number of profiles available for comparison in the CODIS databank is growing steadily. Law enforcement agencies are receiving increasing numbers of CODIS hits on DNA profiles. Now, the victim of a... My what? Hold on one second, guys. Okay. Locally, there's a missing persons case, and there was some DNA recovered from her vehicle that was found. Her mom told me that each time it gets uploaded, it's degraded. That sample can only go in so many times. You would think there's a way to upload the raw data and they can start doing comparisons. I don't know if it's got anything to do with that in this case, but 2008 is a long time to be sitting with some CODIS DNA, and there's never, ever, ever been a hit. Mason, what are you doing? Lord, child, he's gone for good now. Okay. Okay, so the data bank is growing because everybody's now uploading all the offenders' DNA. So that was really the gist of that whole thing. They cleared them because of DNA, right? And I can understand them not being prime suspect because of the DNA. And what I mean by that is if their DNA is not on the evidence, like a weapon or the blood, the clothing, the blood, any of those types of evidence, if they're not there, they're not there. But whose is? I don't know that the family did anything in this case, like I said, but I don't know that they didn't. But we're going to try to unpack this damn DNA discrepancy. Now, with that letter, I want to show you something I found here in just a second. Let me pull this up. I was looking at some stuff a little while earlier, and I came across a couple of things. I was looking for like older stuff, right? Different things. And I found this piece and I watched a part of it, and they're going to talk about this letter that this attorney, the district attorney, wrote. It's Jon Ramsey on the Dr. Phil show which I was not a big Dr. Phil fan. My sister was. God dang, she don't think she ever missed a show. I felt the guy like he's kind of a quack, doctors, smockers, whatever, Um, some of that stuff felt very tabloidish to me, so I didn't really watch a lot of his shows, but she did, damn it. Anyway, I found this piece and it was interesting because it talked about that particular letter. And then I found a couple other things that were interesting. I know 30 years, Angel Eyes, it's been some of these cases, right? You don't expect that they would ever go that long and never have an arrest, and we can't understand why sometimes. Back in 1996, DNA wasn't anything like it is right now, right? But damn it, crime scene investigations should have been a lot better in 96 than, say, what, 76, right? Or even 86. It should improve and get better, and detectives should get better at a crime scene. But also, when they let a lot of people trample this house in the very beginning of this, right? That house was full of people, and they never locked it down. Everybody's like all those, all the friends of the Idaho 4 victims out there in the roadway just hanging out and talking and crying and consoling one another was a problem. But the Ramsey house just filled up with people, right? And the cops were like, oh, hey, how are y'all? Everybody's just moving around the house. It was odd. You can't do that. Just like that live stream I was watching. Man, when y'all walk up on what y'all think is evidence, stop touching it. Stop touching it. I don't care if you got a glove on. Don't pick an item up and move it to another location, because guess what, sister? You just mucked it all up for everybody. Piece of advice for your next live stream. Hold on one second. Semi Sharp is in the house. Hey, Hawk guys. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Y'all, you know what? There's been some strange insertions into the Nancy Guthrie case over the last few weeks, no, the last couple days. And boy, did I watch something super interesting that we'll get to eventually. I have watched these cases go from strange to stranger and stranger each time one happens on social media. I don't know what to make of it yet, but I feel like it could be a documentary. Starting with the Idaho 4 case, Delphi, actually starting with Lori Vallow Daybell and the muckery that went on to try to get the families, right? To be the family's friend, get their attention, get their interviews. And if they don't give us interviews, then by God, there's something wrong with them. And that's shady, you know? And what separates these cases and these families where the public absolutely rallies behind a family, and then the next case, they're like, oh, that family's odd. There's something wrong. What moves the needle to that? What triggers it? What causes it? Is it our interpretation of, wow, that person's strange. That interview was strange, right? Our own internal body language expert kicked in and we're like, something's amiss. That's one thing. But what stirs it and continues it, right? And I don't know if we'll ever be able to combat it. Just coming out and doing things responsibly, because I'll tell you something else. Lately, and it's not just lately, it's been a thing for a long time, and you'll go and you'll watch the shows that tear each other apart, and they all have one thing in common they want to say that I take offense to, when they lump all true crimers into this basket of we're all grifters and bad and we exploit families. And nobody seems to be defending us. The cash cow continues, but we're the bad guys because we talk about true crime. I'm an automatic grifter. But I'll let it sit right there, and we're going to move on to John Bonet investigation part 1, and we're going to always do what we can around here to honor victims and their families and give them support they need until they give us reason not to, like evidence wise, because we're not fools. We know it can happen, but I'm not going to sit here and tear a family apart for no reason, right? I got to have reason to tear anybody apart. Just like when we tore apart Lauren Matthias, I could come on here and talk about her integrity and lack of before I talked about her painted on eyebrows. Because I don't give a shit about her eyebrows. They didn't do shit. They didn't do anything. She did. So, if we're going to do it, let's do it right and try to do it right. And that's all we can do. Let's move on, right? Okay, so I got a couple things we need to look at before we get too far into anything else. Strange insertions. Look, Semi Sharp. So strange. I don't know. We might be able to track the Zodiac killer. I'm waiting on more information. I'm conducting a parallel investigation. There we go, Rachel. Thank you for reminding us. I do have that posted on my community tab. Happy birthday to JJ Vallow. Soar in heaven, baby boy, because, his mother decided it was okay to take his life. So, see, we know parents can do this. And I don't think anybody really side-eyed Lori Vallow till she gave him reason to when she kept denying that she even had kids. What do you mean where my kids are at? What do you mean where's my kids? You gave us reason and we weren't wrong. Right? Happy birthday to JJ Vallow. And I hope that love has surrounded the family today, because I'm sure they have felt it and missed him, just like we all do when we miss our loved ones on their birthdays, right? We all have those special days and moments that come up. All of us. Yeah, 14 years old. There's no telling. He was a little, him and Tylee just would have been, there's no telling, you know, how it would be for them today. But I think everybody can hold space for them. Yeah, hold space for them. Yeah, words, Simi. I'm not going to get hung up on the words. It is what it is. She was their mother, and this mother absolutely did the most evil thing in the world to her children, like many other mothers. Right? It's that old saying: anybody can be a fucking parent. We know, but all right. Now, the floor plans that the interview room we're referring to last night, those were actually published back in 99 in the Denver Post. And that's where they were pulling those from. I guess that's where they got them from. That's where they were all over the internet like that. I was like, well, shit, that came out in like 1999. Yes, it's like, oh boy, I always think of Miss K when I'm like get mad, like, oh boy, here it comes. But yeah, I mean, and still, even people who supported them better might want to rethink a few things. That's all I'm saying. We should always strive to try to support them, until evidence drives you in a direction that shows you different. And then, of course, if there's anybody guilty, then by God, they deserve to pay for something. But I saw how hard victims in Idaho 4 were dragged. The victims in Delphi weren't really drugged, but their families a little bit were. And I just steered clear of that family shit, because nothing showed me that they did or didn't. Were they connected to people who may have done something in the woods that day? Maybe. Small town USA, everybody fucking knows everybody. No surprise there. But I could never get behind they did something in the woods that day either. You know what I'm saying? No evidence ever drove me there. So we're going to try to base it on that and follow it. Follow the DNA. All right. All right. Let me see. When they first collected the DNA from John Bonet back in 96, so they were able to collect samples from her body, that from her fingernail scrapings and from her underwear. Okay. So in 1997, Colorado Bureau of Investigations began formal DNA analysis. Now, early results apparently isolated an unknown male profile. In 1998 through 1999, forensic tests officially confirmed DNA does not match family members or close family friends. It took a long time to do that. What? Now, I had read, and I don't know if it's true, we're going to try to look it up, that they had gotten like at least 1,000 or more samples from people around that town to compare to this damn DNA. And I'm like, what? So what they do? Go around asking everybody? Yes, Keith. Thank you. That you said that better than I did. Way better than I did. I was, I was willing to go look and explore, and I did because I'm a sleuth. I'm going to go look and explore. But yeah, the evidence never led me there. Just because you might have known somebody that doesn't look. It sounds like I'm gonna tell you this: whoever went in there and did this to John Bonet Ramsey absolutely knew that freaking house. That tells me one thing: they had to know the family, right? This Aaron Spencer case, the little girl went to spend the night at her friend's, and apparently the man at her friend's house was doing stuff to her friend of the family. I was so picky about the friends of the family when my kids were little. I had two little girls, and bad things were happening to little girls in the 90s. I was like, oh, fuck that. I ain't meeting nobody new. I don't want to know you. I need to see your, I gotta conduct an investigation. You're about to come around my kids. But y'all know how it is. Even when you do meet new people, do you side eye them around your kids until you get to know them? God, I hope so. Please do not be that naive. The minute you meet somebody new, you're just, oh my God, they're great. Here's my kid. Please do not do that. See, Keith, and that is so sad because kids fucking love it. And you have to really know those families these days, right? You have to know them. I couldn't imagine this day and age. And I was leery about that kind of stuff when my girls were little. Now, it was like I'd rather them come to my house, but I also understood those parents may have reservations about those kids coming to my house, right? It's scary, but it's true. You can't trust people these days, and that's a sad state of our. It's just the way it is anymore. And those of us in true crime, and we know we can't be too careful. We probably lead some of the saddest, most protected lives. We can't let ourselves have too much fun. Okay. December 2003, an unidentified DNA profile was introduced into CODIS. What? That don't make no sense on that timeline they gave me on that one. Okay, August of '06. Now, this is when John Mark Carr falsely confessed with no DNA match. Do y'all remember that guy? Oh, I didn't upload a picture of him, but I can pull one up to share the screen. He just didn't, he looked weird to me. He just never, in my mind, didn't fit. And I don't know what I suspect the person to look like, but I never got this vibe. I got a weird vibe about the guy, but I never got that vibe that he killed John Bonet, that he was just like a fucking weirdo. Here, let me share this screen. Actually, he confessed and everything. This is him. Oh, it's showing you guys the different page that I'm looking at. But anyway, you can see his face right there. I remember when he did all that. Do any of you guys remember? I don't know if y'all were alive during this time frame, how many of y'all were or weren't. But he was the guy who confessed. And after it took a while for them to even come out and talk about him like being cleared and stuff. But his DNA didn't match the DNA profiles found at the scene. What if there was more than one person? Okay, let me see here. Let me see what the comments are saying. Hold on. Yeah, Keith, all the extra stuff. There's a lot, right? And we're going to talk about that event throughout this unpacking here. And then, well, Hawkeye's replies, but you never know who will do something. Um, well, you don't ever know, but is there any indication this is a lot to happen at one time for something to have never have happened before, right? You would have to say, man, this little girl was being assaulted on the regular. It's now escalated to this, or that little brother would have had to have known a whole lot more than the typical 9-year-old, right? It just was so much was done. And I'm going to ask y'all this: when you got the offender, those profilers out there, what type of offender, if the parents didn't do it right and the family's asleep, what type of offender is so comfortable they're going to come into that home, go up to that child's room, take her down all the way to the basement, into the very back furthest room in this basement, do all of that and not worry about getting caught? Or did so would that mean they were so comfortable they weren't concerned about getting caught? Or was it the thrill that I might get caught? Because why not kidnap her and leave the house the way Elizabeth Smart was? I don't know how to feel about that part. You know what I mean? And I would love to see Dr. Ann Burgess. Dr. Gary can stay out of my conversation. Dr. Burgess, maybe Casey. What kind of offender would do that? If you're not looking at the parent, if you're just profiling an offender who would do that, right? What does that tell you about that person? That's a lot of comfort, or a lot of, do you know how the thrill seeker type thing would kick in? Someone with experience in burglaries, big time. Yeah, but are they an SA offender at the same time, Keith? I don't know. I mean, now there's reports, according to the last night, it was brought up in the interview room that the butler's door was open. Now, we don't see that in the let me show y'all the floor plan that he used. Okay, here, is this the basement here? And you can see where they got everything, on there, the unidentified palm print on the wine cellar door. Unidentified footprint near John Bonet's body. They had the wine cellar room was where she was found, right? Was there an exterior door? No, because one of these little doors was open, and I don't know so what, in their mind, I don't know what, we have to go back and we're going to review that. But we were trying to figure that out in Jay's chat earlier too. Like, what the fuck's he talking about? The butler's door? What is that? So what, right? If a door was open, there's a lot of doors. Can you see all those doors in this image? That is just the basement. Koberger liked breaking into houses, the thrill of moving around undetected. He did. Remember when he hid in the tree at his friend's uh, father's home, dropped the Reese's peanut butter cup wrappers onto the ground? Koberger's like, don't do that again. DNA and all. Note to self. Then he broke into his neighbor's house to apologize for breaking in. No shit. The lady talks about it in the documents. Jeremy's mom, the neighbor. Koberger had broken into her home. Okay, then he broke into her home again and was in the kitchen when she found him, and he said he was there to apologize for breaking in. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yes, the thrill. Will I get caught? I don't know. I'd be so terrified. Like, I want to make sure nobody was home. Like, what? That's wild that people are like that, but they are truly like that. So that's the basement, guys, but there's the weird thing about that basement is even if you looked up the floor plan online back in 96, that's a lot of maneuvering around back there. That was the furthest room to go. Up here they had the first floor, which will show you where the ransom note was found. Remember the writing pad that was used for the ransom note that was Patsy's? It was located. They show you where that was located, right there near the staircase. The flashlight that was possibly used in the crime. Why do they always say possibly? Did it have any DNA on it? Did it have any blood? What's up with the flashlight? A cup with Sharpie pens that was used to write the ransom note, which now that's on a whole other look. See where it's at? It's over here, and the notepad is around the corner. It's in the kitchen, right? The notepad's around the corner, and then the note was left on the stairs. There was a ransom note left at the scene. So the person was moving all around the house looking for a pen? Huh. That's a lot of extra, right? There's a lot going on there. There was a lot going on. And then there's the floor plan they used in the presentation last night of the second floor. Burke had a bedroom on the second floor. John Jr. had a bedroom there as well. The boys were on one side of the house. The girls, John Bonet and his daughter Melinda, had the other side. That's a pretty cool setup for kids, right? Playroom in the middle. Boys on one side, girls on the other. And they all had large balconies. They're going to discuss John Bonet's balcony next week on the interview room part 2. Was there a ladder found near the balcony? And then the third floor is the whole entire master suite. And then back to the basement. Okay, so now we're going to get into this little, the rest of this. Okay, so after Carr made his confession back in 06 and they ruled him out, and he was never charged or anything like that, but man, that shit went on forever. It was crazy. This is what got me. Okay, so I had to go look up information. I saw a report that said in 2016, independent forensic analysis reveals the original DNA profile used to clear the family actually contains a mixture of genetic profiles from at least 2 separate individuals. Like, what? Where's that information? So I had to go find it. And we'll take a look at that real quick before we get to that Dr. Phil part about the backstory on that letter from that lady. Okay, let me get these. Okay, let's see if this has got the information we need. Now there was an article apparently, or an investigation done by, let's see, who was it? It was a news, the Daily Camera, and a local news station there. So this is some information I pulled off Reddit as well. And I went and found the original articles too. Okay, so in 2016, Boulder newspaper, the Daily Camera, and journalist Kevin Vaughn and Charlie Brennan shed light on what an independent group of forensic experts thought about the Ramsey DNA in an article titled DNA in Doubt. New analysis challenges DNA exonerations. Here are the key takeaways, and they run through this. The existence of the DNA does not prove the family is innocent. The DNA is not necessarily the killer's. ETA forensic experts say this is not a DNA case. ETA, the DNA, could have innocent explanation, like in other similar cases. Samples from the Long Johns came from at least two people, in addition to John Bonet. Two samples were described as a match. That was Macy's. Remember the letter? That was her verbiage, not the lab's. Here's the article, bolding mine. Okay. The DNA evidence in the John Bonet Ramsey case does not support a pivotal and controversial development in Colorado's most vexing unsolved murder. A former Boulder prosecutor's decision to clear the girl's family from all suspicion in her death, a joint Daily Camera News 9 News investigation has found. Forensic experts who examined the results of DNA tests obtained exclusively by the two news organizations disputed former District Attorney Mary Lacey's conclusion that a DNA profile found in one place on John Bonet's underpants and two locations on her long johns were necessarily the killers, which Lacey had asserted in clearing the John Bonet's families of suspicion. In fact, those experts said the evidence showed that the DNA samples recovered from the Long Johns came from at least two people in addition to John Bonet, something Lacey's office was told, according to documents obtained by Camera 9 and News 9, but she made no mention of it clearing the Ramseys. Interview Room hasn't touched on that stuff yet. Don't know if they will. Their investigation is different than what we're doing. And I don't know if that got lost last night in their show. They started with, we're going to show you how we're going to clear this 9-year-old boy. This is how we conduct an investigation here at the Cold Case Foundation. And we move through it methodically. And we're going to give you all the scenarios and tell you da-da-da-da-da. Show you this 9-year-old didn't do it. I never thought he did. Okay, gotcha. So I'm sure next time, part 2, they'll move through how we clear the mother and the father, which is fine. How do we? We'll see. I'll be there for it. I'm sure Annie and Tommaso would love to know, how do you clear a family without an arrest of a perpetrator? Forensic experts who examined the results of the tests obtained exclusively by the organizations, which Lacey asserted in clearing the family. In fact, those experts said the evidence showed that the DNA samples recovered from the Long Johns came from at least two people in addition to John Bonet. Okay. The presence of a third person's genetic markers has never been publicly revealed. That's a mixture of DNA. The presence of a third person's genetic markers have never been publicly revealed. Additionally, the independent experts raised the possibility that the original DNA sample recovered from John Bonet's underwear, long used to identify or exclude potential suspects, could be a composite and not that of a single individual. Damn. Can we get this DNA report? And where's CC? Where's a DNA expert? We need to get our own analysis done. Damn it, man. Only thing that would explain not having IgG already done is a mixture, but what the hell did y'all upload to CODIS? I- I'm confused about this CODIS upload because if it something's wrong, something's amiss. All right. It's a rather obvious point, but I mean you're looking for someone that doesn't exist because actually it's several people. It's a problem, said Troy Ide or Eade, whatever, a former U.S. attorney for Colorado. He said, what again? He said, it's a rather obvious point, but I mean, if you're looking for someone that doesn't exist because actually it's several people, it's a problem. The documents obtained by the camera and Nine News included results from the actual DNA testing on the Long Johns and summary reports sent to Lacey's office in the months leading up to her July 9 letter. Huh. And at that interview room, guy said, this letter exonerates the family, people. Shut up and listen to me. That's That's wild considering he's pointing the finger dead ass at Annie and Tom. Two of the three samples that led Lacey to declare publicly that no one in the Ramsey family could be responsible for the murder actually appear to include genetic material from at least three people. John Bonet, the person whose DNA profile originally was located in John Bonet's underwear during testing in the late 90s and early 2000s, plus at least one additional as yet unidentified person or persons. Consequently, it means far from clear. The DNA profile referred to as unknown male 1, first identified during testing on the panties, may not be the DNA of a single person at all, but rather a composite of genetic material from multiple individuals. What? As a result, it may be worthless as evidence. The presence of that DNA on John Bonet's underwear and Long John's, be it from one or multiple people, may very well be innocent. The profiles were developed from minute samples that could have been the result of inconsequential contact with the other. Now think about it. They're scraping the clothing, right? I don't know where else she wore the clothes. Did she have them on with the when the I know nothing. One of the victims in Delphi, her mama got explained that if you wash clothes together, you're transferring DNA all over the clothing from one person to the other. And she's like, okay. Okay. Who knows how it got there, right? It's just a scraping off of a piece of clothing. Could have got transferred from the party they obtained. Then they go to a party earlier in the night. Yeah, could have came from there. Any defense attorney could. I'm just saying, you better have strong fucking evidence, man. This wishy-washy DNA stuff is crazy. The presence of that DNA on John Bonet's underwear and Long John's, be it from one or multiple people, may very well be innocent. The profiles were developed from minute samples that could have been the result of inconsequential contact or with other people. Okay. Was it single source male DNA scraped? Because that sheath in Idaho had single source male DNA. This represents the first time independent experts have reviewed the DNA on which Lacey based her widely questioned exoneration of the family. And the findings could cut both ways. True that. True that. What y'all saying out here in the chat? Like I'm ignoring my peeps. Exactly, Keith. The same people setting DNA came from the girl's laundry are the same people that didn't test a female strand of hair that was wrapped around Abby's clenched fist when they found the girls. No, they didn't test it at all. And we don't care if it had a follicle or not. We know we can test it this day, 2026. Ask Rex Heuermann. We can test it, baby. Let's get it on. Because if we're clearing people based on DNA, guess whose DNA was not found at the crime scene in Delphi, Indiana, or on the victims in Delphi, Indiana? Richard Allen. Do you have DNA in the case, Tobe? Yes, Barbara, we have DNA. But it doesn't belong to Richard Allen, does it, Tobe? But here we are. Damn it, man, they get me sidetracked. Make me want to smoke a cigarette, and I'm trying not to. I got this vape thingy I bought, but I don't know if it's going to work. Y'all, I'll mute if I hit it. I might cough on y'all. All right. It's certainly possible that an intruder was responsible for the murder, but I don't think that DNA evidence proves it. How does DNA prove intruder or not intruder? Doesn't forced entry, the fuck? That's weird. It's certainly possible an intruder was responsible for the murder, but I don't think that the DNA evidence proves it. No, it would take more than that to improve intruder. The hell? Where did this guy go to school? What's that? Said William Thompson, no, not William Thompson, a professor in the Department of Criminology, Law, and Society at the University. Okay. Similarly, the findings don't implicate or exonerate anyone in the family. Ramsey's lawyer, Lynn Wood, who has not reviewed the documents or the work of the experts consulted by the camera and 9 News, said, however, I have absolute and total confidence in the integrity of former District Attorney Mary Lacy, and I'm also aware of internet comments by former Boulder Police Chief Mark Beckner, where he, within the last several months, affirmed that the Ramsey case was a DNA case. So I know what Chief Beckner has said publicly in recent months. I know what former District Attorney Mary Lacy has said. And until someone impugns her integrity or contradicts former Chief Beckner's statement, I continue to believe, as I have said before, that this DNA is a DNA case, and that the best chance for solving the case will be a hit and a match on the DNA in the future. The future has come. Haven't you heard? Future's here. It's 2026. Got cold cases being solved. Ask Othram. They got a bunch of folks DNA, I hear. The silver bullet misfired. Lacy was long known as a believer in the Ramseys' innocence, something others noticed as early as June of '98, when Boulder police detectives put on a detailed 2-day presentation of the evidence. What? A detailed 2-day presentation of the evidence and sought either charges against John and Patsy or a grand jury investigation. Oh, we got more information on that grand jury investigation and possible indictment that was almost handed down. Yikes. We do. My impression of her response to that was sorry, got sidetracked. My impression of her response to that was she was among the very, very skeptical. She said former Adams County District Attorney Bob Grant. So were they all just were sitting around a room going, do you think they did it or didn't? Instead of like investigating it, right? Well, the crime scene was so contaminated, there's nothing to investigate. Maybe they'll get somewhere with that DNA one day. Well, what do y'all think happened? I don't know what you think happened. Hell, I don't know. Is that what was going on? What are y'all doing? The experts consulted by the camera and 9 News suggested that Lacy may have been guilty of confirmation bias. Ooh, is that kind of like tunnel vision? A phenomenon in which investigators become so blinded by their own theories that they give extra credence to evidence that supports them and ignores evidence that does not. Ooh, we should read that again for those in the back. Got your hearing aids turned up? The lab that performed the DNA testing, for example, told Lacy in March of '08 that it was likely the 2 samples found on Bonet's long johns came from more than 2 people and should not be considered a single source profile. I've got to see these fucking documents for myself. I'm a document reader over here on this channel. I want the documents. According to the documents obtained by Camera 9 and 9 News, I wonder if they'll send them to me if I ask nicely. But in exonerating the Ramseys with a 3-page letter made a public July 9, okay, we read the letter. The word match actually never appears in the reports from the Bodie Technology, which conducted the testing in March through June of 08. Huh, that's super interesting. Similarly, the Camera and 9 News have learned that investigators in Lacey's office suggested no additional testing was needed, and once they learned male DNA had been located on the long johns, that she later labeled as a match to the DNA found on Jon Bonet's panties. Correspondence from an investigator on Lacey's staff indicated that my bosses were very excited and pleased about the purported match and don't see the need for additional testing unless you strongly recommend otherwise. Holy double take. Hey, Jay for Justice, how are you? So, DNA from the whites? Did he change her clothes? Did you? I don't know. We know the whites gave samples, allegedly, right? Handwriting samples and DNA samples came from the whites. Um, and there's a comment I found on an article I found, right? And as I went down the article, people were had wrote like you can write into the letters to the editor or whatever and leave comments or whatever. A commenter made a comment that John had publicly accused the whites and their housekeeper. I was like, what? Yeah, I was going to show you guys that in a little bit. I was like, I don't know where that came from, Jay. I'm like, ugh, what the hell's happening here? Jet's Pizza. You can like when she got out of the party or when they left the whites, Jay, right? That's what I was gathering watching you earlier. I was on the road listening to your show earlier. We had to go to town. Well, I had to go. Yeah, I had to go to town. It was raining, so it was anyways, a long fucking ride. And so I was listening to you, and that's what I was getting out of all that. So that when she was asleep on the way home from the White's house, huh? And then he gets her out of the car and carries her in, which all y'all who have kids know that's a common thing when you all the time. Don't get you started, Rachel. This has got a thingy on it, Rachel. It's not too hard. It's not too hardcore. Uh-oh. She was known to say fat cat. Because, whoever, I mean, it doesn't take a lot for us to realize with the type of home that was and the layout and how intricate that basement really was, it's going to be a hard sell to tell us someone didn't know the layout of that house. It's one thing to figure out how Koberger could have learned the Idaho house layout because I mean, 2022, come on, the layout was all over the internet. We found it in no time. But back in 96, is somebody doing all that? Maybe. But it feels like they knew this house really super well. There was two stop. I got that deposition, Jay. I heard you reading from it today when you was going back to it and stuff. I was listening to you read parts of it, and I did go find it. So shout out to you actually for turning me on to that during your stream today because I did go find it and I threw it right into my Discord right when you mentioned it. I was like, hold on, thank you, Jay, and I went and found it. It was wild what you were reading out of it today. Like I said in the beginning of the show, I never knew who did this. Just like a lot of these cases in the end, especially these that went on for years and years. It's like, why can't we get it resolved? Just like what? Because if this DNA convolution stuff is this bad, how do we clear anybody, right? How do we? This is wild. I want these reports. I know that. They got all excited. My bosses were very excited and pleased about the purported match. I bet they were as pleased as those Delphi investigators when Kathy found that damn tip in that box that solved the case. The twin realities pointed to by the experts that the genetic profile may not be from a single individual and that the DNA on the girl's clothing may have landed there innocently. So what we have here is two different labs have opposing thoughts. And I need to see these reports, so we're going to find them. They're going to turn it on its head, Lacey's assertion that the investigators had identified the killer's genetic fingerprint and that it was the key critical. Nuh-uh, she also doubled down. She said two things in that letter. It's going to take more than DNA match, and then later on, it's DNA is going to solve this case. Lady, we quit, would you? Thompson, the Irvine professor, noted that many people have to come to see DNA evidence as a foolproof silver bullet to solving many crimes. Here, the silver bullet misfired, said Thompson, one of the experts who reviewed the evidence at the organization's request. Oh, damn. What? Damn, that DNA is not good. Because I kept saying, I just saw John Ramsey recently on an interview, right? Outside of this stuff, before the Brian Enton piece, all of that, this was like a News Nation or something. I looked for it today, but I didn't see it. And it was him talking about the DNA in the case. And he was being asked, well, what about IgG? He's like, I don't know. We're in talks with people now trying to figure out why they haven't done IgG. And I was like, no, something's not making sense, because those of us that know you would have already done the IgG. Look how fast we got a return on that poor little restaurant worker's glove outside of Nancy Guthrie's house 2 miles away. Everybody just decided to close their eyes and pretend that somebody's rights weren't just violated with IgG. Oops, not the guy. Our bad. We didn't mean to violate your rights by doing IgG on you in a glove found 2 miles away from a crime scene. Oops. Nobody look. Don't talk about it. Go talk about those streamers in front of Miss Nancy's instead. Change the narrative. I was ready to talk about that for days on end, but nobody wanted to talk about it with me because, hey, I like the Constitution. I got a problem with testing something 2 miles from a crime scene that's totally fucking irrelevant. But we can IgG that shit up all day long, but we can't do it in this case. It's a little girl, man. A little girl brutally attacked in a basement, as Jay pointed out, in a horrific way. That grot, the hair in it, the things that were done to her warrant every possible thing y'all could possibly do to get to the bottom of it. And if IgG is not it, I don't know what is, but y'all, something's wrong with your damn DNA. If they're trying to get that mixture separated over there in the Guthrie case, could they get this mixture separated? Okay, I'm going to show y'all that Dr. Phil thing now about the DA's letter. Oh, Jay, if you're still here, guess what I saw a little while ago? Remember when I was in the other day, you were like we were talking about the wrench attack theory that Jacob put out there? Well, Brian Enton's done latched onto it, so we'll see. I haven't watched it yet. He came out with a video right before I went live on the wrench attacks. And I thought about you. I was like, uh-oh. Gave us something to investigate. All right. Let me pull this up. Now let me look at the date on this too. Hold on. Let's see. So this chick's going to ask about, I guess we're having a question and answer thingy. This girl's going to stand up and ask a question. This was 9 years ago. Okay. Let's see the actual date. September 19th, 2016. Let me get the screen up here. And when I start this, I'm going to mute it for a second, run to the restroom, grab a drink, and I'll come right back, and then we'll stop and commentate and all the fair things while they get into the conversation of it. Okay, so like I said, Dr. Phil, 2016, and they're going to talk about that 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 uh, what's her name? Mary Lacey, was that her name? Anyway, we're going to talk about that. Yeah, something about missing fingers wrench attack. Are they threatening to cut off your fingers? I don't know. Oh, okay. Here we go. All right, guys, I'll be right back on in just a sec.
My question is, what DNA was found and where and whose was it?
Okay, there was DNA evidence that was taken from a blood spot in the underwear and on the waistband of John Bonet's leggings, and that was determined to be from an unknown male and does not match any of the Ramseys. It could not be them. Then there was touch DNA, which was tested in 2008. The technology did not exist to test for touch DNA back when the crime actually committed. That technology wasn't available and wasn't tested for until 2008. And what I was saying is, you want more markers than were available, so they did the best testing they could. You always want bigger and bigger samples. They tested what they had. The DNA report results exonerating Burke and the family were given to the police within 2 weeks of John Bonet's murder, but they weren't given to the DA for 7 months. So the Ramsey family attorney, Lynn Wood, wrote a letter to Mary Lacey, and they had a secret meeting where she finally admitted that she agreed the Ramseys had been targeted by the Boulder DA and that it was getting out of control. This led to an unprecedented act. Take a look.
I learned just recently that within 2 weeks, the police were given a report by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation Lab, whoever looked at the DNA, and said this DNA excludes this list of people, including John Ramsey, Patsy Ramsey, Burke Ramsey, and others. That report was given to the police within 2 weeks. They did not share that with the district attorney for 7 months. They knew within 2 weeks that the DNA excluded the family, and yet they withheld that information.
I wrote the City of Boulder and I copied District Attorney Lacey, and I said in no uncertain terms, if this investigation is not transferred out of the hands of the Boulder Police Department into the hands of a third-party, objective, competent law enforcement agency, I'm going to sue the City of Boulder, and you're going to be the laughing stock of the country when the truth comes out about the incompetence of your department in this investigation. That letter gave District Attorney Mary Lacey what she needed to call me and say, I want to talk to you. And I remember sitting there with her and I said, this has to stop, and only you can stop it. And I'll never forget, she looked at me and she said, I agree with you. And she committed that her department would take over the investigation, which they did. And then District Attorney Lacey issued a public statement to apologize to them and to make clear that going forward from that day, they would be treated as victims because they were, in fact, victims.
The murder of 6-year-old John Bonet Ramsey has remained a mystery for over 25 years. And it's a story that I covered for many months from Boulder, Colorado, right after it happened. John Bonet was found dead in her family's home the day after Christmas 1996. There's now a renewed push to bring the case.
Okay, sorry. It went into the next one, obviously. But that was wild. What kind of shit is that? Ow, okay. Yeah, Jay says the lawyer's skeezy. It's wild that they do this. This is a piece I found from it. This kind of sounded AI put together. It's weird. It was nothing to that video right there, actually. Let me get it off the screen. All right, let me I had to go run. All right, now I'm back. All right. Um, right, Firefly? No wonder it's never been solved. There's so much. And it sounds like pressure. You know what I mean? Like we know that how many of us felt like Nanos was pressured, right, when to come out and make a statement that the family's cleared? Because I don't think the family did a damn thing to Miss Guthrie. I haven't seen anything that makes me even go second guess that at this point. But I'm not an idiot. But no, not yet. So it felt like public pressure. I mean, personal pressure from like the family for him to go out and do that, right? Because Savannah let us know during that interview that she did how unhappy they were with him because they, had to keep telling him she didn't just walk away. And then it came out recently that he's not communicating with the family, and everybody's like, oh my God. I'm like, y'all, she told us that during the damn interview. Where y'all been? She didn't just walk away, you old fucker. We're not talking to you. Peace out. Okay. These people crack me up sometimes. Public pressure, and then you get the pressure from the family. So it feels like this DA was feeling pressure to come out and do this letter, even though she had information that might have suggested otherwise. Not to say, hey, they're your prime suspect, go and make an arrest, but there was not enough that you could publicly go and clear them in that way. And now, we got the interview room about to conduct this at least 5-part series. And I'm okay with that because I want to hear evidence. I want to hear all of that, right? And I was listening for all of that last night. Tell me stuff I don't know yet. Tell me what I'm going to hear what y'all think, but I may not agree with it today. Don't mean I won't tomorrow. I think Jay and I are in the same boat with that. Or like sometimes we'll agree and sometimes we won't with them over there. This is one time I think we both don't. From what I gathered in her, I'm not speaking for her, but I watched her live today, and I think she feels like we do. But yeah, I don't know. I, I can understand why people highly suspect John Ramsey because honestly, I can't take that off the table at this point. Nothing has ever given me reason to keep it on there 100% or to take it off either way, right? So it's got to sit right there in the middle. It has to. Probably kind of like, honestly, Annie and Tom probably have to sit right there in the middle. But I saw the FBI go in their house and do a bunch of stuff. I know their car was taken and ripped to shreds and nothing. Well, there was nothing in Koberger's car either. His DNA was at a crime scene. Where was this DNA recovered from? And the Guthrie resident makes it relevant to the crime to make it matter if it was Annie or Tom's, because there should be there, right? There's just a lot. It's confusing as to why the interview room would come out in one breath and say, cannot clear the Guthrie family, but we can clear the Ramsey family. And listen to me because he's being honest. We heard that recently, didn't we? Remember the other day when I told y'all Dolly made a statement that I could agree with, and it was, Chris McDonough, you're just now you're just a YouTuber like the rest of us. You're just a YouTuber now. So they don't make you better, right? What happens the next case? Would you come out and uh, go so hard at a family that now y'all got to say when y'all start the shows, we're not publicly accusing the family? And a certain doctor goes MIA after a certain theory is laughed at all over the internet. Wrote a new piano song, though. Something about some sailboats or some shit. Sometimes I accidentally see stuff on the internet. Accidents happen. Okay, so there's an article on the backlash on the letter on the DNA, and there was a comment. I think that's where that comment was left that I wanted to show. Let me pull that up. Okay, I think it's this one because I have two by these. Two experts. Let's see. Okay. All right, the experts. Lacey's letter to Ramsey could have lasting implications. Mary Lacey's decision to send a letter of exoneration and apology to John Bonet Ramsey's father was an unusual move that could complicate any future prosecution of the case, legal experts said on Wednesday. When was this? 2009 published? Get out of here. Okay, 2009, August 14, 2009. In her 3-page letter to John Ramsey, Lacey wrote, "We do not consider your immediate family to be under any suspicion." She also apologized for contributing to the public perception that you might have been involved. Legal experts said sending such a letter or publicly exonerating any suspects in a crime isn't common because prosecutors' actions often speak for themselves. I think Chris McDonough has doubled down on that until last night. "I've never heard of it," said Bob Grant, a former Adams County district attorney who consulted on the Ramsey case in the past years. "Usually when prosecutors exonerate someone, they do it by charging someone else." Ding, ding, ding. I can't clear the family until someone else is arrested. Buckle up, America, because if your loved one is harmed, you are prime suspect number one by every cop and every armchair detective in America and commenter in the comment section, including all your friends. Pray nothing happens to your loved ones at the hands of evil, and that it goes unsolved, and you were not the last person to see them. That's what we're coming to in America. And I don't want to live in that space. But I understand it. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility in this case, says Silverman, who also co-hosts an afternoon radio show. Okay, yeah. Anything could happen. Silverman also said Lacey's public exoneration was surprising, considering the statement she made in 2006. Following the dismissal of charges against John Mark Carr, remember he's the guy with the false confession in the case? Okay, so following the dismissal of charges against Carr, who was arrested in the case nearly 2 years ago, Lacey said no one is really cleared of a homicide until there is a conviction in court beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh boy. Well, that didn't age well, did it, ma'am? Oh boy, that didn't age well for her. So after Carr was charges were dismissed. I guess he did get arrested and charged, and they dismissed his charges. No one is really cleared of a homicide until there is a conviction in court beyond a reasonable doubt. No one's been convicted of this crime and taken to court. The future of the case also likely will be affected by the letter. The future of the case also likely will be affected by the letter. Yeah. If anyone is ever prosecuted in connection with the 6-year-old's death, the letter would make it harder for a suspect to mount a defense argument that the Ramseys were responsible for their daughter's brutal slaying. So if a defendant came out, later, was arrested and decided part of his defense would be, hey, I didn't do it, the family did. They're like, oh, no, you can't say that. We cleared them. Takes away reasonable doubt. But it wouldn't eliminate the defense entirely, Grant said. As with any case, the defense would go through the course of the investigation, and if an outsider was on trial, they would point to the evidence of an inside job. On the other hand, Grant said, if the Ramseys are ever charged, it makes Mary Lacey defense witness number one. Wow. It is not clear that the Boulder police embrace Lacey's public exoneration. In a statement released by Chief Mark Beckner on Wednesday. He called the DNA that Lacey used as evidence to eliminate the Ramseys a significant finding. But he didn't echo or acknowledge Lacey's opinion or issue a similar apology. He declined all further comment. Oh, wow. But experts also said the letter and subsequent exoneration wouldn't prevent prosecutors from ever trying a member of the Ramsey family if there was enough evidence to support bringing murder charges against them. Exactly. If you got enough evidence, that letter is useless. Lacey's letter alone won't be enough to raise reasonable doubt. Yeah, I agree with that. Public announcements do not control the outcomes of a trial. For the people in the back, hold up. Public announcements do not control the outcomes of a trial. A former Boulder prosecutor who worked on the Ramsey case said, okay, I am not in the camp that believes that a public announcement of innocence makes it impossible to change your mind later. Well, we should all be open to changing our mind as evidence presents itself. Like even Cyree agrees with that statement. The timing of the letter in relation to the waning of Lacey's term as DA also raised questions on Wednesday. The prosecutor's term ends January 1, and the case, which was taken over by the DA's office in 2002, likely won't be wrapped by then. Lacey won't officially be involved after that date. So I can't stand when they bring the politics of it all in, right? Every time we get politics brought into the conversation of a crime, then we need to take politics out of crime and no longer politically appoint these attorneys. Let's fix it. Because I'm sick of that conversation. That's mucking up our justice system. And that's becoming more and more evident every day. That responsibility likely would fall to Stan Garnett, who is running unopposed for Lacey's position. Garnett said Wednesday he doesn't know any details of the case beyond what I don't give a fuck what y'all got to say beyond that. Y'all done lost me with damn political shit. All right, so that was a little bit of that article. That's not the one that I wanted to. Hang on, let me find the one with those comments I wanted to show you because they pertain to something else. What is my grandbaby doing in there tonight? I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Hey, okay, let me see. Sleuthy Sweetheart, welcome in. Hi, how are you? Welcome in, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us. Journey to get here, journey to get there. Sorry about that. Welcome in. Welcome in, Firefly, as well. Welcome in, everybody. We are going over the Ramsey investigation based on what we saw last night in the interview room episode. I guess that's their part one. Okay. Let me look at for this real quick. Where did it go? Okay, there was, I'm going to get that, but let me look at this first. There was a statement on the 25th anniversary. Can you believe it? Like 25 years had to be a statement made, right? And this was back December 1st, 2021 when this was published. And let me get the screen up here for you guys. Oh, okay. So this was 25 years after the fact. JON BONET was 6 years old when she was reported missing on December 26, 1996, after her family reported finding a ransom note inside their home in the 700 block of 15th Street. Her body was found in a basement room, and a later autopsy revealed that her cause of death was strangulation. As of December 2021, that evidence has included the analysis of nearly 1,000 DNA samples. Is that 1,000 suspects, or we just got 1,000 volunteers giving up DNA? It took a lot of samples from the friends and family and friends, right? All the close people you have to take samples from. You have to. That's just a given. Like you line up, you're giving up your sample. So, but 1,000 individuals in connection with this crime. What are they comparing it to? I need to see those DNA reports because if we don't have a clear cut sample, what are we comparing it to? Right? I'm stuck on that. Do y'all have one clear sample and the rest is all convoluted? The BPD Major Crimes Unit has received. Oh, I skipped. Hold on. No, I didn't. The BPD Major Crimes Unit has received, reviewed, or investigated more than 21,016 tips, letters, and emails, and detectives have traveled to 19 states to interview or speak to more than 1,000 individuals in connection to this crime. All right, so are those thousands of individuals, the 1,000 DNA samples, 19 states, are how many of those are pedophiles, I wonder, that they looked into? Thanks to the huge advances in DNA technology, multiple suspects have been run through the system to check for matches. CBI has updated over 750 rinse samples with the latest DNA technology. The Boulder Police Department works closely with the CBI on future DNA advancements. Additionally, Boulder Police have worked with CBI to ensure the DNA in the system can be compared correctly to new DNA samples that have been uploaded to ensure accuracy. What? Man, the DNA they need their own DNA data bank for this case. The DNA has checked regularly. The DNA is checked regularly for any new matches. What, the DNA in CODIS? What the fuck you talking about? As the department continues to use new technology to enhance the investigation, it is actively reviewing genetic DNA testing process to see if those can be applied to this case moving forward. Apparently not. Out of all the people willy-nilly, voluntarily giving up their DNA to all them databases out there, Othram and all the places that can do IgG for police departments can go into 3 databases legally. Anything else we hand off to the FBI. Shh. See? They're like, don't say that out loud. It doesn't make any sense. The DNA profile can't be that damn good, or they would do IgG. Just like in the Nancy Guthrie case. If they had a clear DNA sample from that home and it wasn't a mixture, right? Convoluted, They could do IgG. It would be a no-brainer. But if they can't separate it, just like the damn mixture on the sheath, they went to a hearing. It's in the court documents. Ann Taylor and the state agreed. You cannot say that they knew one of the profiles was Maddie's. They knew one was Kaylee's. The other one, they could not say if it was or wasn't Kohberger's. Doesn't mean it was, doesn't mean it wasn't. But we can't walk into court and say that's his. But we can't walk in there and say it wasn't either. So we're going to leave it alone. We're not even going to fucking talk about it. Unknown male DNA on the snap. Focus on that. And Taylor agreed to it because it was just as easily could have been her guys, right? As well as not. They're checking regularly for matches. Anyone with information related to the investigation can call the police. What is going on with this DNA in this case? It feels like a lot's being done with that DNA that just as much was done inside that house. Jay says, wait, remember the lady who worked the CBI lab and fucked tons of samples? Was that the same place, Jay? That lady? Hold up. No way. Wait. Oh, Lord, my window's open, guys, and a big truck just went by, and he was kind of loud. I forgot the window was open. It finally quit raining, and it's not as humid as it was today. I thought I was going to die for a minute when I went outside. I was like, Jesus Christ. Florida decided to flip the humidity switch on, but it was so muggy out there. It's way better now. Okay, hang on, Jay. I'm trying to find what you're talking about here. I got distracted by the loud truck. Okay, let's see, what is it? The Colorado Bureau of Investigation launched an ongoing internal and criminal investigation into Yvonne Missy Woods, a veteran DNA analysis, after discovering she manipulated DNA tests and tampered with the control data in hundreds of criminal cases. Oh, Lord, she was with them, wasn't she? Damn, good call, Jay. What year? Let's see. The allegations: Woods retired in 2023 after an intern discovered anomalies in her data. An investigation found that she deleted, altered data, omitted facts in criminal justice records, and violated the lab policies. I remember when this happened, but I did not deep dive this lady. Criminal charges. In January 2025, Woods was arrested and charged with 102 felonies, including cybercrime, perjury, and forgery, spanning 58 cases between 2008 and 2023. That would put her in the prime. Fuck, she fucked up the DNA in this case. 2008 to 2023. And they've had 1,000 DNA samples in this case alone. What's the chances she didn't have some of this come across her desk? What do y'all think? They said it was decades over her career. Yes, but 2008 to 2023. So I don't know, was she manipulating samples they had uploaded? And, they got 1,000 samples over a period of years. I don't know. That's the last thing we needed. I don't like when extra things happen in a case that's already running amok, right? That's what we don't like. And that just added to it. No, that's not cool at all. Affected cases. A comprehensive review identified 1,003 criminal cases affected by her actions during her nearly 30-year career. Damn, lady, can you say I sucked at my job and what were you doing, woman? God, it takes all kinds of kinds, and we just can't trust no damn body. Lord, not even the folks in the lab? Do I got to come oversee all my own stuff from now on when I submit anything to a lab? Hold up, I got to come with you during the testing phase. I own that. And I don't know what you about to do to it once you go behind those doors. You come back, tell me anything. I gotta believe it. Mm-mm-mm. Not cool. Okay. So there was an article about let me see if I got this. There was also another video the AP put out about the DNA. I wanted to watch that. And there was also another article I wanted to share. But let's go look at this video real quick. Let's go do that for a moment. I feel like there's a lot we got to unpack with this case. Of course, it's been years and years and years and years, right? I followed it for a long, long time. I know Jay has followed it. Jay knows facts I don't know. I'm finding things, and I think between it's good. I think we're really intrigued, especially now that the series is happening over on the interview room. And I really am there I want to hear all the evidence stuff. I'm ready to unpack it all. And then I'll make a decision on how I think, right? I can't do that yet. If I'm a juror, guess what I'm at right now? I'm at trial and I'm being presented evidence. And I'm going to sit here every week while they do that and unpack what I find out. We're going to deliberate. We're going to have the deliberation room. We should do that. And then we're going to make a determination at the end of the series and see where we sit based upon all the facts so we don't get the tunnel vision. What's that old Fox and Friends used to say? Fair and balanced. Until that one day he wasn't, and it pissed me off so bad I never watched again. Hurricane happened. And this man said on national TV talking about Fox News is fair and balanced. Why didn't those fools just evacuate? Fair and balanced? Fools evacuate? Where the fuck we going, sir? To your granny's house. Where we going? You want to evacuate half the state of Florida. Where are we going? Took 3 days to get out of here during Hurricane Opal. Got stuck on the interstate in Montgomery, Alabama, and had to ride the storm out in a fucking Monte Carlo in a hotel parking lot. With one of my babies, and 2 was in the car with the grandma. I didn't like it at all. Staying put, sir. What do you mean? It's called riding the storm out. I'm getting prepared, hunkering down, being safe. The fuck you talking about? Idiots don't evacuate. Okay, enough of that. Rant over. Stopped watching them that day. That was back in 1990 something, by the way. Asshole. Oh, see, I can't get over it. He pissed me off. Fucking Shepard Smith. I'll never forget it. I will never, ever forget it. God, that guy annoyed me that day. You didn't see the devastation, sir, in my town. You didn't see the devastation in my state. How dare you ask why they didn't evacuate? We know to get out of low-lying areas and mobile homes, duh. But the whole state? Really? Okay, enough of that. I'm geared up because we're coming on hurricane season, guys. Y'all pray for me and Jay that we don't get a big one this year. I am dead ass on the coast. Wouldn't trade it for the world, but, I got to be prepared and I've got to be vigilant and getting my shit ready. All right, here we go. This was actually, let me look at the date again. I'll start rambling on.
Hey guys, thanks.
No, Brian, don't sneak up on us like that. I'll take a look at your wrench theory in a little while, dude. I will, I promise. I'll evaluate. Okay, let me start that over. Come here. So this was on the AP. I found it. Let's see. And it's not that long. It's like a couple minutes. But I wanted to see the date on it. All right, here we go. 17 years ago. All right, it says July 10th, 2008. John Bonet Ramsey DNA test, question and answer, John Bonet DNA test. Okay. This video contains only natural sound. Whatever. Okay, let me get this up. So this is old. Okay.
In the John Bonet Ramsey case, what we used is what's called touch DNA. Historically, most of the DNA samples that are taken are taken.
Okay, this is the guy from Bodhi Technology where they sent the samples to scrape. Okay, Howard, Saffir, we're here for it. Tell us more, Howard.
Taken from stains or fluid, semen, saliva, hair. Touch DNA is taken from a spot that you can't see. There's no stain, there's no visible liquid, and basically it's not that it's a new method of science, it's a new method of collection. And what we did in the John Bonet case was we took the long johns that she was wearing and concluded that the perpetrator had held it at certain spots, and we scraped those particular spots on her long johns with a sharp instrument, and were able to get enough cells to get a DNA profile of a male unknown because he's not in any database.
Hang on, I have not researched this company, and I just hadn't took the time to do it because that's my first thing I do, one of the first, but I haven't done it with this place. So he says, we looked to the areas where we think the perpetrator would have touched, right? Which makes sense. Grabbing, you think about it, if you put you got to put your head in the perp's head sometimes. Where would I grab? Where would I touch? What would I do? That's logical. You test where they may have touched, and they scraped and they got some cells. He says single source.
Well, what it shows is that someone, not any of the Ramseys, DNA appeared in 3 places. In a blood stain on John Bonet's panties that was taken in 1997, and then this most recent in 2 other spots, the same male profile was found on the long johns where we believe the perpetrator pulled them down from.
So from the underwear matches what's on the long johns, from where they believe he grabbed to pull down
John Bonet's body. Well, we are now at Bodhi Technology doing thousands of touch DNA samples, and let me give you an example. If you're the victim of an auto theft or a burglary, the police clearance rate is about 14%. That means about 86% chance that the crime will not be solved. By using touch DNA taken from steering wheels, from windows, from refrigerator handles, from doors, we can get touch evidence that can convict burglars and solve hundreds or thousands of burglaries, and the percentage probably goes up to about 45 to 50% clearance rate. So it's an incredible new tool.
My question is, what DNA was found and where and whose was it?
Okay, there was DNA evidence that was taken from a blood spot in the underwear and on the.
Okay, so see, they're so focused on certain areas, but then this other lab gets a look at these samples and says something completely contradictory, and we already talked about that and saw that. So either we have a single source solid profile or we don't. I don't know what was uploaded to CODIS if we don't have a solid profile. You can't upload a mixture to CODIS. That's ridiculous. So it sounds like some of this DNA, maybe one yielded an actual sample, maybe the rest did not, a solid sample, but mixture. How many people were touching this poor child's pants that night? Touching her period, which should have been no, but how many? It's crazy. It's not, something is just not making sense or adding up. Be safe, Hawkeyes. What is Hawkeyes doing? Where's she going? What's happening? Oh, fires? Oh, no. Hello, how are you? Always say it wrong. I'm gonna say it again. More Ira's dog mom. I always feel like I'm saying that wrong. Glass evidence, neighbors to Louisiana and Florida. Well, hi, neighbor. Simmy's over there in Louisiana. We got our Louisiana friend. We got the coast covered, I think. I think we have the Gulf Coast covered. Do y'all say Gulf of Mexico or Gulf of America? Because I'm a native, born and raised, and I'm old, and I can't stop saying Gulf of Mexico. Can't teach me new tricks. It's Gulf of Mexico forever. This pisses me off too. Jay, this case is wild when you start unpacking it, right? Um, this DNA alone, because of the fact that there seems to be so much around the DNA, and that's what was used to clear the family. That's a problem, especially if this DNA is not accurate, that this was based on that the DA did this, right? We've heard it's unusual for her to do that or anybody to do that in any of these cases. It's just you don't do it in these cases. We have heard Chris McDonough come out over and over and say you do not do that in these criminal cases, but last night he did it. And that's fine if he believes it, but I have to ask, do you believe it? I saw the way you interrogated Aaron with the read technique stuff the other night. I listened to the entire 2-hour call. I heard the read technique in full force there toward the end. Full force. And I'm like, I don't know what to do now, right? I always had you kind of like, right there. It was the guests that I came for and the topics and the conversations. Last night was like, that's, how can people get behind Annie did it, but the Ramseys didn't do it? It's weird. But the problem is the DNA is not apparently not enough for anything. And we do have more information about that DNA stuff still. That's how crazy that it got. And I want to find out if we can find those reports they were referring to in that article or in that report we listened to. I want to find out. Mexico, yeah, exactly. I can't walk out there on that beautiful white sand and say that with a straight face. It won't even come out of my mouth. It doesn't flow. I don't care what it says on paper, Jet. I mean, in the future, my kids will be whatever. They'll have to go to school and learn it or whatever it's called in the textbook. But for me, it's okay. It's okay. It's the Gulf of Mexico. It's the Gulf of Mexico. I used to always call it the ocean, and my cousin would get mad at me. She's like, it's not an ocean. Like, we're natives. We were born and raised, right? She's like, it is not an ocean. I was like, leave me alone. It's the ocean. Oh, my God. It only changed on Google. The rest of the world is the Gulf. Yeah, I've said Gulf of Mexico over here one time, and somebody came at me in the chat. It wasn't one of my regular people. It was somebody I didn't know. Like, whoa, 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 wait a second. I live here. I can call it whatever the hell I want. I can't change what I do now. It's hard to say that. I need to find out who that lab was also, because that's important to me too. Who the other, because remember, gotta watch these labs. Remember when the information came out that, oh my God, Nano sent that shit to a lab in Florida. How dare he? CeCe Moore said on Ashley Banfield's live stream, and this was a while after all the drama had happened. She said, the person who made the original tweet to throw shade at that Florida lab was a competitor lab. And CeCe said it was very uncalled for and unwarranted because there was nothing wrong with the Florida lab. And now people have realized, the talking heads who all screamed about it going to the, go to the FBI, Quantico can't test it. The hair without a follicle, they have to send it on to another lab. So, people need to get everything straight before they set the internet on fire with bullshit. I just think some of this is so cut and dry. So I want to find out who the other lab was that tested that, because it matters to me. You know, how valid are you? Was it Parabon? Was it CC's lab? That'd be cool, wouldn't it? I don't know, guys. What do you think about this DNA and the fact that they haven't done a IgG? Because here's the thing, if IgG was done and they got a name, would now they have to go arrest that person or approach that person for an interview and ask them, can you give us a DNA sample, or will you willingly give us a sample? Right? They didn't get Koberger's until they arrested him, slapped the handcuffs on, and swabbed him. But they got his dad's, right? There's a lot to ask here. Othram reminds me of Elon Musk. No, don't. I can't with that Elon guy. I cannot with Elon. Yeah, I'm trying not to with the Othram, Jay. There's so many good labs out there that can do the work. It just so happens Othram was the one that did the IgG on Koberger, but what they did do was went through the 3 legal databases, just like Parabon, just like all of them. Right? Well, now one more Othram's apparently, did I hear that correctly? People give their DNA up to the web sleuths lady on her website. Fools. But people who look at their family trees and all that are uploading to these genetic databases, not some weird ass web sleuths website thingy. These labs all across the country can access all 3 of those. Shit, CC said they got their own database started now because of this getting harder for them to access these databases, right? So now they have started a database where you can voluntarily just go give your DNA to it. You don't even got to be looking for your relatives. You're just going to be like, hey, here's my DNA in case one day my relative does something. I didn't like them ever anyway, so in case they ever hurt somebody one day, here you go. Like, what? But they're doing that thing. So, it's a catch-22 to me, that DNA stuff. That Othram has solved a lot of cold cases, apparently. I feel like they just advertise what they do a lot compared to what other labs do. And then I don't know if that's a marketing genius thing or if that's a greedy thing, right? It feels greedy a little bit. But it also feels like, if I promote myself, they'll all come to me for the answers. Like, I don't know. I probably have more faith in the CC Moore spoke very highly of this Florida lab, honestly, and their capabilities. So, and if they didn't have the capability to do it, they would have passed it on to Quantico, who would have just passed it on to Austria. Austria is the one who did the work in the Rex Heuermann case on the hair without the follicle. Because before them, they're the only ones that were doing it in the country. They're one of the only ones doing it, right? Parabon does it, CC said, but they've been doing it at Astria. And she knows what the hell she's talking about. So I'm inclined to believe the expert, right? And that is exactly what happened in the Rex Heuermann case. The next thing you know, they go to court, they battle it out with a Fry hearing, which is the same thing, a Daubert hearing, to weigh the validity of this new DNA technology. The judge says it's coming into the courtroom. Those are hair with follicles, and that DNA matches your wife and your daughter. It's coming into the courtroom. Hey, we got a plea deal in the works now with Rex Heuermann. It's all over with and done. He walked away and went to prison. Now he's going to talk to the BAU. That just happened, and that was huge in forensics, and a lot of folks missed it. We talked about it on the channel, but you have to pay attention to what's going on, right, with these labs and how things are happening. Because then you just believe what we're told. We don't know no better. We're like, oh, okay, yeah, okay. But then I'm listening to CC, and I'm like, well, why is everybody so angry about all this when she's sitting here telling us all the FBI can't even do this testing? She literally said that. They cannot test that hair. It has to go to an outside lab. I was like, okay, I believe her. Jace, wait, hang on. Jay says, yes, she did. I don't have any reason to doubt that Florida lab. Right. Right, I don't either. You pay to give it to them, all in the name of solving. What, you pay to give them your DNA on that web sleuth? Jay, do I need to drop you a link and you come explain that shit to me? Because I was so confused. I'm like, are people really giving their DNA up to the web sleuth's website in the name of solving cases? Like, here's my DNA in case somebody related to me committed a crime? That's wild. That's so wild if that's true. Because I was like, why would Othram even want? I asked that. Kresha was live last night. And I was like, why would Othram even want the freaking websleuths.com? Right? Why would they even want it? Makes no sense to me if they're a DNA place that solves crimes, missing people, crimes. What are we doing? What? Jay says it's not like you get a family tree in exchange. Don't even get the family tree in exchange. Oh my God. Hey, y'all, something I want to dive into, not today, not tonight. Y'all know, if y'all have been around a minute, y'all know I keep going back to every time I see that interview. It's etched in my brain, and I don't know why. I can see it plain as day, his face, his big old eyeballs, and his fast talking voice, Kash Patel on Hannity, talking about in partnership with our private sector. Blah, 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 blah. I was like, you're way back up, rewind. Because I know all about what you're about to say, I think, because we saw this play out in the Idaho 4 case. You did what? He says, in the partnership of the private sector, with our partnership, with the president's new partnership with the private sector, we are now able to serve lawful subpoenas and search warrants. When I was reviewing something today, I caught something Maureen said that I had not heard her say before. If I did, I was gonna go back and listen and forgot, because I review a lot of shit. Maureen made a comment about, actually, she talked about it. She says she was a member of the InfoGuard. And she went on to explain how high up in the InfoGuard she actually was. And you know what they do? They have a partnership with the private sector. And you know damn well they walked right up into Google and said, hey, scratch this. And Google said, hey, where's your warrant? They said, oh, Google. Oh, Google. There's a lot to unpack with that kind of thing, because Google, we just got through covering the oral arguments on the geofence and how Google doesn't like these broad spectrum warrants being served on them and their peoples and all their datas, right? It's a whole thing. Here we got the InfoGuard coming in strong and serving subpoenas on these companies to get our information. Don't know how I feel about that yet. I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence with it, guys. Y'all know how I roll about stuff like that. It's like, murky waters. I would love to talk to her about that, though. Like, I want to know what y'all do so I can avoid it. There's people diving into the Othram stuff. I see it happening out there. I'll let them have at it. I got true crime to dive into. I'm following the DNA case. I'm following this case. I'm following the evidence of it all. I'm going to be unpacking these episodes as they unpack them over there at the interview room. See where this leads. Does these cops really believe this family or not? Are they just playing along? Are they showing me how the cold case conducts an investigation and starts at the beginning and clears people and moves outward? Is that what we're doing? 'Cause I think that's what we're going. That's where we're going. I saw that, but so I'm there for it. So we're going to go do that and unpack it. But just on the DNA alone, when you got 1997, 1998 through 1999, December of 2003, August of 06, July of 08, 2016, these are all different dates pertaining to just DNA in this case, right? That tells you there's so much to unpack. We do have stuff about the grand jury to go through. We've got, Jay turned me on to the deposition. I have that. There was all kind of stuff in there. And information about what they were doing the night of. If y'all didn't catch Jay's live today, go over and check that out today. She did a pretty good deep dive on stuff. Um, do I have a link? Yeah. Let me grab the link, Jay. Hold on. I'll drop it in chat. This link will be just for Jay. Hang on. Let me do it this way. Hold on one second. I don't normally drop links in the chat, but I will tonight. I think I can do it from my phone, so I can just stay where I'm at right here with it, because it won't let me do it in the restream for some reason. It's weird. Okay, here we go. Okay, Jay, there's a link in the chat. Thank you, Butterfly. She dropped that link there to Jay's live today, guys. She did it was a pretty good show. Like I said, I was on the road doing things, and I was listening the whole time and trying to keep with chat. A couple times on that back road, I lost the internet. It happens back there. Flo, you were there. That was a lot today. Yeah, she did a lot of deep diving and stuff, and so I appreciate the information she was sharing, um, because she watches the interview room like I do. We don't, it's all good, but it was like, this is wild. It's so different than what we were seeing in the Guthrie case, right? With the way things are being done there. Hey, real happy. How are you? Let me. Okay, guys, I think she's here. Let me get back here. Yeah. Hello. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Let me get you up here. Let's make us equal. There we go.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Girl, now I'm all hooked on this Ramsey thing again. What has happened?
I know. It's wild, right? Last night, I wasn't expecting to feel the way I felt coming out of that, if that makes sense. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking really I would feel, but I came out feeling a whole different way, a weird way. I don't
Yeah,
know.
me too. I wasn't expecting like what happened, right? But I didn't really know what they were going to be doing. And as it went on, I was really actually shocked that John was up there. Like it was it was pretty awkward at times. And I was reading my chat and a lot of people were like, "Why is he there for this?"
Well, they had mentioned it like a week before, or maybe 2, that they were gonna be
Mm,
doing this, and they had stated that they had been working with him for at least a year, behind the scenes, with, like, the Cold Case Foundation, and that they were gonna
mhm.
come out and lay this out as, "Here's how the Cold Case Foundation unpacks an investigation." And that's what they're doing. And Chris always likes to take us through an investigation step by step. You know how he does. Um, I felt
Yeah.
like that. And last night, like you said, none of us felt like this brother ever did anything. Most of us, right? Um, but they wanted us to sit there and listen to all of how they're going to show us the brother is not a suspect. They're educating us on how to be better sleuths.
Yeah, and what I found really odd was like their little chart that they pulled up, and they were like, specifically wanting to know like the victims' movements, in the days, and maybe even I think it was like weeks or days and hours prior. And when they asked about their life at the time, John literally went back 4 years to his daughter's car accident. And a lot of these things I didn't catch the first time I watched it. When I reviewed it today, I find I
Yeah.
catch a lot more when I review, like online, like when I'm doing it live. But shit, now I forgot what I was saying.
Well, I think it's going, but him bringing up the other daughter
Yeah, yeah,
who had
yeah.
passed.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 thank you. So if you take him going back 4 years to give the climate of their relationship right before this happened to John Bonet, that's wild to me because I break that down in a couple ways. A, did the death of his daughter like fuck up their marriage in some way? And were they struggling from that time? Because like that's a big span of time. Like I know it's hard losing a child, but I
Mhm.
literally am like I'm one of six. And my parents lost my sister got in a car accident at 23. Same thing, right? She was right smack dab in the middle of six kids.
Yeah.
And John still had other kids just
Yeah.
like my parents. And I asked my dad as like when I was grown and had my own kids, I was like, God, how'd you and mom ever get through that? Because I was only 11.
Mhm.
And he said, Jennifer, I didn't have a choice. I had five more kids.
You don't.
And I'm like, damn,
Yeah.
like it's so true.
You
So,
that's let me just, because I have lost a child. But going to what you said though, you lost a sister. See, I had three children. I lost the oldest. I lost a daughter, but they lost their sister, right?
mhm,
there's a whole thing. But the way so I get the whole dynamic of it, and I just the way I felt was people like, why did he bring it up, right? Why would he
mhm.
even say anything? And I don't know if he wasn't because he's old now. If he's not because he doesn't articulate things super well. And I noticed that a few interviews back that I saw over the past year. I noticed a lot of aging in John Ramsey.
Oh yeah, he's
A lot of that,
deteriorated a ton.
yeah, and I feel like a lot of that memory is going. Not all of it, but but I don't know. I feel like in his mind, he was like, okay, did he think, and I had to wonder this, I lost one child, I'm not gonna let that happen again. But this was it was different. You
Well,
walked in
there's
and saw
more too,
that,
like,
and if I walked in and because I couldn't imagine 2 children, right? But if I walked in and found my daughter in that circumstance, my mind I you're running around now trying to figure out who did it. I don't understand the whole conversation was weird. So, yeah.
well, the part with the 4-year gap to me is
Yeah.
to me, it's like I don't know. If for some reason, okay, so you think back, if he's asked about what their life was like, right? When this happened, and he immediately reverts back to 4 years ago when Julie died.
Yeah.
John Bonet was one.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really none of like he just erased 4 years of that little girl's life. Why? What
And
started when she was one?
well, there is no telling. And I know people have their suspicions of him, and like I said, I can't take him. I'm in the middle with that guy in this
And I
case.
don't even mean him. I just want to make that clear.
Anybody, right?
I wa-
Anybody in the
I don't
house.
even mean him. I mean a nursery at the church, and that was one
Well,
thing that the
true.
Zell brothers had uncovered
So
was
who would
that
tell
there
me
was a
about them?
worker. Yeah,
Okay.
there was a worker at the church who, and they explain it so well. I can't even begin to. But anyways, he was caught with CSAM,
Uh-huh.
and the church covered it up basically and just got rid of him. But he
Oh,
was working in the nursery and with the children while, mass was going on. And they go deeper into it. I can't even begin to even try to repeat it because if I did, I would not do it justice. Like their information is so deep and detailed, it's insane. But they think that all of this kind of, you know, ties together with the church and people at the church and covering things up at you know what I mean? Like on that level.
mhm.
And the priest was actually at the White's house at the party that night. So that's another interesting thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, but if you go back to that 4-year thing, it just bothered me because I wanted to hear about John Bonet and the current, and when they asked him about sweet little things like what was she like? What'd she like to do? What kind of things was she involved in? And nothing was based on pageants. It was violin, piano, dance lessons. And I just don't know how they
And
can do a
the
fair and biased
how can you
investigation without addressing the pageants,
the pageant
considering the
aspect,
and the videographer that was videoing John Bonet's pageants in Boulder was eventually later caught with CSAM and prosecuted. So there's a lot going on there that is being skimmed over. And I think those
It
are
shouldn't be.
important.
It shouldn't be, because in that you have to go back to that time, 1996. Like I said earlier, I was in my late 20s. My children were 5, 6, and 7 years old, literally. During that time, it seemed like there was a lot of people checked out on parenting. And I mean that in a sense, it was like work, 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 America, work, work, work. You can do it all. You can work. You can raise the baby. You can. What's wrong with you? Get out there and do it all. People were doing it. Men became real checked out at home. And the women, and look at Patsy at the end, 96, right? Let's say probably late, very late 80s, all the way through 96, those pageants were hot. They were a thing. I knew girls who were putting their kids in that. I never once entered my girls in those pageants.
See,
Not
I had boys though.
once.
My first boy was born in 95, and I didn't know anybody who did that. But I was in Michigan,
Yeah.
and I
My
feel like
girls
it's a
were
big
6 and
Southern
7.
thing.
Yeah, it was. It was huge, honey. It was, and I
Hmm.
didn't like it, because by the time that, the mid-90s rolled around, these little girls were no longer just up there in a cute little girl's outfit smiling to win a trophy or a prize. They were now wearing makeup and having their
Yeah.
hair done to Jack to Jesus, right? And
Oh, John Bonet
skimpy
was dressed
skimpy
very,
little
very
costumes.
sexy. She really
Right.
was. She
They
was dressed
were.
like a sexy woman, and it's gross.
And a
It's
lot of
really
us,
gross.
when this case happened and it came out that that's what they were a part of, that lifestyle, a lot of us had a red flag,
Yeah, I'm
because
sure.
we were also learning at the same time just how bad these pedophiles were.
Right.
We were told
Right.
to watch
Because
out, about.
we were just
Yes,
getting the internet, girl. Like,
yes,
we were barely on AOL at that time, you know?
exactly. And we're now learning about, don't let your kids go look for the puppy, tell your kids don't go for the puppy, helping
Hmm.
the guy in the white van shit.
Yep,
But
that's
all
exactly
this was
right.
going on.
Hmm.
And that was and so a lot of us thought, of course, so you're right, them not exploring that aspect of the victimology part. Remember that part we're supposed to consider the high risk and,
Hmm.
low risk, blah, blah,
They
blah.
said she was low.
No, she was high. How did they?
They determined her to be a low risk victim
Well, we're gonna beg
based
to
on their
differ.
chart.
Yeah, I don't see how they concluded that either, based just on the exposure she had through the
Because
pageant.
they didn't address that. They acted like it didn't happen.
Well,
It
that's
was
not even.
wild.
And look, taking the pageant stuff into consideration, that's not even putting shade at the family as a perpetrator. That's a weirdo obsessed with those little girls in that
Right.
fashion, right? You
Exactly.
Are you not looking at that aspect? Are you kidding me?
Right. So why are we skimming over it? Because obviously it would never be the parents' fault. I mean, obviously they would get pushback for
Do you
putting
think
her
they'll
in that
unpack that
situation.
later? Like, do you think they'll bring that up in a later
I don't know. They
episode?
talked about everything she did, and he said, they called it dance lessons,
Yeah.
and they said, tell us more about what she learned at those, lessons or something like that. And he said, well, she only did it for like, I don't know, 3, 6, 8 months. And then he sat there and he said, but I never saw what she learned there. So basically,
Yeah. So he seemed very checked out to me as far
mhm,
as their day-to-day, whatever she was into. He just probably heard all the things. I think Patsy was pushing those pageants. That was Patsy's thing. We know she was the pageant in the pageant, right? She had been a part of that world.
he played
Um,
that down
he
too.
downplayed that so much,
Mhm.
girl.
Oh
Why?
my God. I don't know.
Why has
I
this
mean,
whole aspect of the pageants between Patsy and her daughter been downplayed to where it's, like, almost non-existent? Don't look at
because I
that.
feel like there's more to it. I wonder if Patsy suffered any kind of abuse as a child. A lot
That's a
of
good
times
question. It's
there's
a valid
just,
question.
yeah, it's just, I don't know. She seemed to be vicariously living through John Bonet
Through
in
her
a lot of
daughter,
ways. Hmm.
and, a lot of, mothers, unfortunately, will do that, right?
Yep.
Especially, you'll go do that and go do that, and you see, the way she, mean, JonBenet was in a lot of pageants. For him to downplay the aspect, and then he like, I don't know where she got it from. Patsy really didn't talk about it, and Patsy only did it for the scholarships.
Yeah, that was
He really
weird.
didn't even care about winning. I was like, man, if she didn't care about all that, then how did the daughter become so honed in on that? And look at her, she was parading
To
around
that
in full
extent.
makeup.
Right.
Yes, with her butt hanging out of her clothes.
I
No
mean,
little
she was
girl.
doing little mini interviews too at those pageants, like, what do you want to be when you grow up? And things like
Yes.
that. It was
We
a whole thing.
It was all over TV back then. Every video that could surface was surfaced of JonBenet in these
Oh my
pageants,
goodness. I remember
twirling
that. It
around on
was just like,
stage,
whoa.
right? Twirling around on stage and singing and doing her, all of her things for the pageants. All of that was just all over TV for the longest time, and that's when you could really see the depth of what they were into. For him to downplay it, though, was ridiculous because the evidence is out there that it was that's contrary to what was actually happening.
Yeah, it actually surprises me because in numerous interviews, he says he wants to find out who did this. And why are we taking that entire slice of the pie off the table by acting like it didn't exist? And to me, that's what puts her in the high risk category is those pageants and her performances. So I don't know how they're working this. I don't understand it.
But I think they're gonna methodically move through it and clear I guess they're gonna clear the family first, which is weird for the interview room to do considering they've been trying to get us all not to clear the family in the other case, but okay, based on this sketchy DNA letter. So I don't know. If they want me to believe they can help us get there to who may have done this, since they're the cold case investigators, I guess we're investigating it with them, so we're here for it.
I mean,
And
I'm
we'll
definitely going to be tuning in, but there were a lot of things that I'm wondering about, like when they said there were things missing from the crime
what was
scene.
that about?
I-
I gotta go back and make a list of what they said too. I mean, you covered that pretty good today. We had the mod drop the link to your live today. That was a really good live. You had a lot of information in there. And so
It
that
just
that
brought back so much stuff that I
I
had
know.
covered before, and I was just like, "Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me."
It makes you remember things that were happening, and then, like you said, because I wasn't streaming back then, so you covered that I wasn't streaming to cover it. I was just out there consuming it,
No, I
right?
wasn't either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just consuming this stuff, and but
Hmm.
it starts to bring back it jogs the memory, and you have to go back and look at some of this stuff, but it's wild that they're getting to some of the conclusions they've gotten to already in that one episode. And I know a lot of people feel, and I feel like if Ramsey, like I said, he's getting old, man. He's starting to
It
even
might not hurt to put their transcript in the chat GPT and see what it says.
I think I saw somebody ask you in your chat, had you done that? Oh, yeah, I've never done that. I've never
Oh,
asked
girl,
ChatGPT what it
you
thinks about
should.
anything.
Yeah, like go to a transcript and you copy and paste it in there and you can ask it like, tell me all the contradictions or, what's the tone of this interview or, whatever you want to know about it. And it'll kind of break it down and give you like quotes from the transcripts. I like it because I'm giving it the exact
The
verbiage. You know what
prompts
I
you're
mean?
looking for.
Yeah. Yeah,
That'd
yeah,
be the
yeah.
only reason why I'd wanna use it, yeah, because I can pretty much read it and get that, like, "Oh, wait, that's contradictory, right?" But, yeah, I could get that, that's cool. Um, and I did get like I said, I've got quite a bit of stuff saved, but there was just things to review over the next while with this case because 'cause I'm looking for the
Mhm.
evidence. Even going
Mhm.
into that house, right?
Mhm.
The complicate the that house is complicated, to say the least, because of the basement aspect and the multiple rooms within that basement. Um,
Mhm.
what did you ever figure out where the damn butler door was? Is that leading to the wine cellar?
I don't know. I didn't figure that one out.
Look,
If you figure it out, let me
look,
know.
hold on. Because when they were showing this floor plan, I was like, "Wait, that's the one from the fucking Denver Post thingy."
Yeah, I seen you pulled it up earlier. I was
Okay,
watching. Wasn't chatting, but I've been listening like longer than I was in the chat. And I was
Okay.
like, hot damn, that is the same.
Oh, yeah, this is from 1999, actually, when they published it, and it's the same one. 'Cause
That's so
I looked while
funny.
they were live last night. I do that a lot. They'll start showing me something like, "Hold on, I gotta see with my own eyes. Let me go find where you
Yeah,
sourced
they slapped the Cold Case Foundation logo on there,
that."
girl.
I was like, "No, dude, that came from 1999."
Mm.
So, okay. But they were kept referring to this, butler's door. Is that what they kept saying?
Yeah, they
But
call it a butler's door, which is usually like a flap door. You know,
right?
like a hat.
At
That's what
least
it was in my house, but
like a butler's pantry comes to mind, right? Like, the butler's door leads to a butler's pantry, doesn't it? Like, y'all know what I'm saying. But there's a wine cellar. Was
that's
that
where she was found.
yeah, but
But
is
they
that
didn't have wine in there, right?
really? They don't drink wine?
Mm-mm.
Was that the door they claim is the butler door, or is it
No, that actually
stories?
said when
What
I
is
went through the crime scene video today, it said that that door was actually a piece of plywood that was blocking that
thought
door.
okay, I thought that I heard something about that. A piece
I
of
think the butler door is at the top of the stairs or something.
okay, and
But
a
don't,
piece of
oh
plywood.
no, maybe it's right there where the laundry room. Oh no, fuck, I don't know, girl.
See,
Oh,
it's weird, and there's, like, 2 little closets right here, see, at the hobby room, storage room, there's, like it appears to be 2 closets right there that have
mm-hmm.
doors. Um, the stairs, there's a door what's that
I
door?
mean,
Because this is the basement. There's stairs that go up. What is that? Another storage room, a laundry room, another storage area back there's a lot of doors back there, man, I'm confused. So you would think
yeah, when you get a minute, go to YouTube and just put in John Bonet crime scene video, and
okay,
there's
let's
like part one and part two, and they walk in. It's old footage, like a old crappy quality, but it does walk you through the house, and it's literally like a maze.
John Bonet crime scene.
Crime scene video, and it should come up. I think it's like a John Bonet Ramsey YouTube channel,
Okay.
like John Bonet Ramsey Case YouTube channel or something like that. But it's part one and part two,
Oh,
and
here,
they're like
5
20
years
minutes.
ago.
Yeah, do you see them?
There's one for, like, 12 minutes, we can turn it on and we'll talk through it. Hold on, let me see.
I
Let me
think part two shows the basement. I think the part one is more
okay.
upstairs, if I remember.
Oh, it looks like it. Okay, let me go to their channel and look for part 2 because this is just part 1 that I
And I
pulled
don't know
up.
if
It's
this
called The
house was
Ramsey Case.
messy. Yeah, I don't know if it was messy because it was ransacked or if that's just how cluttered it was. I don't know.
So this channel, guys, is called, The Ramsey Case, at The Ramsey Case on YouTube. One of you mods, if y'all can try to grab that. They got various interviews with John Burke and Patsy. Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff on there that would just be interesting to just one night just play them,
Oh, I have this one saved. It's the Linda Arndt interview with Good Morning America from
Oh,
1999. I
where
have that
she's
one
got the
already.
crazy
The
eyes.
crazy eyes, batty ass shit. Okay.
She was freaked out though, dude. There was something
Something
sh spooked
man,
her.
we gotta have a okay, we gotta evaluate her through this process and have a conversation about her then because I feel yeah, something's okay, guys, I'm
I felt
looking
like
for
something got to her. I don't know.
I don't know what it was. I couldn't put my finger on it. I didn't know what
I
to
love
make of her.
revisiting these old cases.
I
Salty.
know. I'm looking for part 2 of that video with that would show the basement. I don't see part 2, damn it.
It might be on another channel
Well, this is the Ramsey let's see. Where did it go?
because I think I typed that in today and it came up. There was like a part one and part two.
Yeah, it pulled up part 1, and now that I went to the actual channel, I don't even
You
see
don't
part
see it?
mm-mm. Let me go back and do it this way. Let's see.
Maybe scroll down in the search.
Yeah. What is it? Okay, hang on. Let me get that down now. It's always nice to be able to look at the scene better, like a good visual, you get a better feel for
Yeah, and
things.
this is awesome because I have it on my TV.
And this crime scene is so wild, as far as okay, John Bonet crime scene of the home 7 years ago. I don't know what this is, but we'll take
Forrest might
a
have
look.
found it.
Uh-oh.
She just put a link. By the way, just real quick, is Keith still here?
Maybe Keith, are you still around, bud?
You asked where I was from in Michigan. You're from Oakland County. I'm from Macomb County. Howdy, neighbor. I don't
Yeah,
live there anymore, but
he's awesome. He's our
that's so
friend.
cool.
Oh yeah. Keith's a good guy. All right. Here we go. He's co-host with me before. Alrighty. Let's get this screen up. Okay, let's see what this is. Let me turn the volume off in the background. And we can just view it together and we can talk. So this would be like, this is from Radar Online.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It was Radar Online.
Okay. They had some shit back in the day, didn't they?
My bad. Yeah, I was telling everybody today, I'm like, Radar used to have everything like TMZ gets now.
Yes, they did. Exactly.
So this must be the door to the basement.
That's what I'm assuming because there's 3 floors in the house. So
That
let's
looks definitely like the basement.
it does
Because
look
the
like
part one is you see the spiral staircase and that.
okay. It looks like the basement to me.
So I
So
don't know
there's
what this butler door is because
so there's like
that's
a
a
lot of
full door.
so there's like a lot of stuff in the basement to navigate. It's the first thing I'm noticing.
Did you hear about the carpet in the basement and the bat with fibers today?
So, well, I heard it last night in the live, right? When I
Yeah,
was listening when John Ramsey said, "Wait a minute, what fiber?" I honestly got the impression he had never heard there were fibers on that bat. But why he specifically asked him was that carpet fibers? Like, why would he, if he
yeah,
was
dude, that was weird.
unaware if there was carpet in the basement because he can't remember? Well, I would have been like, "Well, what do you mean fibers were on there? What was it? Not was it carpet fibers?"
Hmm. But then he said he couldn't remember if there was a rug in the basement.
That's why I'm saying that's why ask specifically if it had carpet fibers on it.
Yeah, I don't
Mhm,
know. It was weird.
mhm. I would have said, "Do you know what kind of fibers it was?" Right? What
Yeah,
do you mean? Well, I didn't know there was fibers found. Do you know what they were?
yeah.
Not
What kind of fibers?
right. That would have been more suiting to me, but that's me. Not
Unless
picking
maybe
up on
someone told him years ago and he was like, maybe it came back to him and he was like, wait a minute, was that the carpet fibers? I mean, that's possible too.
maybe. That's possible, man. It's
To
been a
give
long
him the benefit of the doubt, you know?
yeah, we have to at this point, I think, because the man is old, Jesus, and he's got a lot there's been a lot with
That's
this
why I love that deposition because
I
that
know, you can
was,
go back. That was
yep.
brilliant. I'm so good. When you began to read through it, I was like, "Hold on." So while you're doing it, I went and found it, and I threw it in my Discord so I could save it. I was like, "Thank you,
I
Jay."
think you can find the video depositions on YouTube if you want to like watch them say it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just referred to it because I think I've reviewed those a couple years ago.
Mhm.
And you can watch Patsy's deposition, his deposition. There's some detective, I can't remember who he is, but there's a few of them. If you just search like Ramsey depositions or something, um,
Yeah.
it's interesting to see their faces as they answer these questions.
Yeah, it is. It's, why can't they, see, there's the little closet that you could see on the floor plan.
Hmm. They have a lot of shit down there,
A
man.
lot. There's a lot to navigate down there in the open spaces,
Oh,
right?
wait. Go back a little bit, Salty. I want to see that picture leaned up against the wall.
In the, hallway.
Yep, that looked like a baby Patsy and maybe a pageant. Looked like a black and white photo of a little kid in it, like a little dance outfit or
Before
something.
this, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on here? Go back.
It was when you went down that
Ah,
hallway.
there it
Right,
is.
yeah, right there.
Okay, so they're gonna go down it just like. Is that like a stack of papers or newspapers? What is that? I'm
Yeah,
blind.
maybe blueprints or posters or something.
So there, right? Those photos. Ah, against the
That one
wall.
right there. Mm-hmm.
That is. Oh, is that like a little girl sitting there with her hands up in her face
It looks like a little girl, like,
in a pose?
back in the day, like in
Yeah,
dance or something.
yeah, in a
And
pose.
I wonder if that wasn't Patsy.
Maybe.
Because when I looked up her Miss America thing, all her pictures were black and white too. Because it was what, 1977?
Yeah.
So she would have, yeah, she definitely would have black and white pictures from being a kid. Unless it's a magazine.
It
To
could be
me, it
different.
looks like a portrait of some sort.
Yeah. It could be of a girl posing, yeah, but it could very well be her too. Like, there's a dress in the bag.
It's just interesting that they had, their home in Atlanta too, and what they had at this house when they moved to Boulder. And I mean, if that is Patsy, it just goes to show that, that stuff wasn't taken lightly. Pageants and things like that. That would have been through her whole life.
Yeah. Okay, so the hobby.
Ribbon,
Yeah, there's
ribbon from wrapping Christmas gifts. So that's the laundry room that we saw in that layout you had.
and they had a
Looks like
lot.
she was just down there wrapping gifts,
Yeah.
you know?
But to know these rooms, right? To be able to move through them, you're carrying a little girl from her bed. Is she not waking up?
Is she not fighting you?
Is she, you know how some kids, like I've rode up to the house,
Unless
kids
she
asleep
knew
in
him.
the back seat, and I get them out and they never wake up. I can go in and put my child to bed and my child never wake up. And I'm a parent. I know my
That's
kid.
true.
I can do it. And I'm super careful. I don't want to wake this kid up. I'm going to be, you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
can do it. But
What's that?
could you scoop her up and without this is you got to walk all the way down this basement and navigate this stuff in your way? Is she not scurrying around, stirring around? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Even
I
if
know
they're
what you mean.
waking up fully, is she not doing any of that yet? How did she get down there without making a sound? I understand there's ways, everybody. I'm trying to unpack it in my head as I go. Because
I don't know.
do you know what I mean? It just doesn't quite make sense that she could get carried from her bed.
Right.
The parents are above her, so they're going to take her and then go down a floor and then down another
Oh, but
floor.
wait. John took melatonin that night. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, he took one, right?
He
Doesn't
doesn't
recall the
typically
brand.
doesn't typically
Yeah,
take them. Yeah, but
nuh-uh,
he
he
did
did.
that night.
I missed that part. He didn't typically
No,
take melatonin back in
the reason he
1996.
the reason he took it was because he wanted to be fresh for the trip.
I didn't know people took melatonin in 96.
That's what he said. Crazy, huh?
Huh. The one night you don't need to go to sleep and not know someone's in your home?
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want none of that Ambien when they suggested it. Like, oh, hell no, stuff happened I don't know about. I was very particular.
Exactly.
When my kids were little, I couldn't even have friends over and get a little tipsy because I'm like, what if something happened to one of my babies and I'm drunk or I have a buzz and then what? You know what I mean? Then what?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I got littles. I can't be acting
Yeah.
a fool like that.
I always felt that way too. If my
Yeah, I gotta
kids were in the vicinity, I had to be somewhat responsible. Yeah.
exactly. I
Look
gotta
at all
have
that
faculties.
shit, man. Oh, I
What you
wonder
say?
where that suitcase was that had the towel in it that had
Okay, so you mentioned that today.
Yeah.
So the older two children didn't reside in the home, but they visited often and had their own bedrooms, correct?
Yeah, because in that layout that they showed, or maybe it wasn't that layout, in one of the layouts I saw
Good
Melinda's
habit.
room,
Yeah, they both have a
and
room.
yes, they had their own rooms on the same floor
The boys'
as
rooms are on one side of of that floor. The girls' room was on the other side, and there was a playroom in the center of the 2 spaces of the bedrooms,
mhm,
of the 4
mhm.
bedrooms, rather. So,
Yeah.
the suitcase that you're talking about, you can tell everybody what you were talking about was found in the suitcase, but I guess it was identified as his suitcase. Do we know
Yeah, if you have the ability to Google it, because I don't remember exactly, but
okay,
if I
let's
bet if you Googled, John, whatever his name is it John Jr.?
John Jr.
Suitcase, because his semen was, like, tested, so I'm sure it would be, like, officially out there, you know
So
what I
there was
mean?
the suitcase must have been found, and there was an item found in the
A
suitcase, I guess
towel.
like a towel, and as it
It
was
was a
tested,
towel.
it came back positive for semen, and then it came back to positive to
It
matching
was
him.
his. Yes, and I don't wanna misspeak, but it was something
Right,
along the lines that, it was from when he visited or when they moved, that it was already in the suitcase, and maybe they moved it to Boulder, and it was still in there, like, he had it in his room or something, I
right,
don't know. Some kinda weird thing like that,
and
but
one thing that struck my mind immediately when I heard that today, um, I thought, "Okay, how old was this boy?" As the mother of 2 boys. I had
right.
to wonder when that towel got in that suitcase and why, right?
I think he was, like, 14 or something.
Okay, yeah, oh, man, eeks. Let's see. In the John Bonet Ramsey investigation, DNA belonging to John Andrew Ramsey, her older half-brother, was reportedly found on a comforter inside a suitcase in a
A
basement.
comforter. A comforter,
However
okay.
yeah, this is an AI overview. However, official investigators have publicly cleared the Ramsey well, we know that, noting that the primary DNA found was not okay, a match. Um, there's always something on Reddit, of course, for
I mean,
further
maybe a little embarrassing for, little John, but
well,
interesting find when your
it's
little sister's found deceased.
exactly. And I guess they have been able to rule out his DNA being any of the samples that were taken from John Bonet's body and the scrapings from these clothing items. Um, because we just read earlier in that one article where they were 1,000 samples they have went through in this case, collected. That was on the was that on the 25th anniversary thing I read, guys? The statement from
I
the
think it
25th
was.
1,000 samples collected. So did they go around saying, "Okay, you're all 1,000 suspects, give us DNA," or will you volunteer? Because I saw a comment, and I can't find which I gotta go back and find it so I can show exactly which one it is. I thought I made a note as to which one because I wanted to show it, but it was a comment left on an article after the DA cleared the family with her little letter. And it said, "What about John Ramsey publicly accusing the whites and the housekeeper?" And it named the housekeeper. I'm trying to figure out where I saw it, which one I got this down as. Where did I put it? And I'm like, did that ever happen? Did he ever publicly speculate about the whites or their
Not
housekeeper?
that I recall. I mean, not offhand that I recall. No, I thought that actually he got Fleet a job in Atlanta, and Fleet and his wife moved to Atlanta with the Ramseys. When they left Boulder, I thought the Whites left Boulder, but I might be mistaken.
Really? That close, huh?
I'm pretty sure he went to work for John
After all this
after
was
this.
yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you can Google it
Um,
because all of this is out there. It's just that a lot of people don't know about Fleet White.
so he was their friend that they was hanging out with the night of the were they over there for a party or a dinner party or something, or just a Christmas gathering, I
It was a
guess?
Christmas thing at the Whites, yeah.
Okay, let me.
But John said in the interview room that it was a family party, which kind of misrepresents the ordeal because their priest was there as well. I don't
Well,
like
not
how and it could be his memory, I mean, like you said, I'm willing to give a benefit of a doubt, but geez, I mean, if you're going to
he's
remember things you think you'd remember that night.
Yeah, and you would think that the people hosting the show would also recognize that to an extent and kinda keep things narrowed down, maybe go a little earlier, not go later in the night, give it all so he's not tired or wear out later, because we need him to be sharp. I need him
Right.
to
I
be
saw
on
you
point.
say that. Like it was getting kind of late.
Yeah, because me and the mods talked about that at one point. We were chat we me and Butterfly and Rachel were chatting in real time in our mod channel, while we were watching the interview room. And we were like, because people are like, "Oh, look at John, he's asleep," and I'm like, "No." You could see at one point he wasn't asleep. He was sitting there and his eyes were blinking, and I'm watching the old guy thinking, "Man, he's not asleep, but it does look like he is, but it is getting late. Maybe they should go a little earlier, right? Just to keep
Yeah.
it so he doesn't get worn out on them, because we don't I need him to be up there on point, right? And just tell me the deeds and let me make up my mind about everything. Because I want the person who did this to be found because
I
it's
mean, are
so.
they expecting him to fill in blanks?
No, because apparently they're going to investigate it. And I think they brought him on board to show, hey, watch. I don't know what the whole angle is here. I'm so confused by it. Because I'm the reason I'm confused by it is because I wouldn't be so bad if you didn't over here going all hardcore on the Guthrie family the way they have, and I've understood it and tried to be, uh, see both sides of the fence kind of thing, right? But then over here you got this weird way of clearing this family, and it doesn't make sense because you're accepting it here and not there. And I don't get it. And you came out of the gate instead of saying, let's analyze all the evidence we're going to unpack as a cold case foundation and investigate a cold case and see if we can't unearth new things. Now, what cold case people do, right? They put fresh eyes on cases, they unearth new evidence, they develop new theories and see they can develop evidence that comes from that. They push hard for new DNA testing if it can be done. Right now, I feel like we're unpacking a crime on YouTube like we would do. We're YouTubers, right? They're doing
Mm-hmm.
the same thing. What are they going to solve this case in real time on a few shows? And like you said, is he going to fill in the gaps or information? I don't know what's happening either. But if it's going to give us more information that we can possibly look at, I don't know. It may just make the family look worse. Not so much the family, but the father in the end. You think that's possible? Instead of making him look better in the end, it may make him look worse. I don't know. People over there aren't allowed to ask too many questions. Their comments will get zapped pretty quick. I noticed that pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Um, but like I said, you unpacking stuff today was pretty brilliant, and I've got all this other information too. We're going to move through the case as they unpack it over there and go through the different aspects. I really wanted to look at this DNA thing because now I want to go find those reports on the DNA. Because if that DNA is really that problematic and it's a mixture and there's not a clear cut thing with this DNA, that letter's useless that cleared the family. If these new lab
I
reports, this new lab are correct.
I just found something about the Whites, okay?
So who are
So
they?
I guess they did end in like kind of turmoil. So the Whites flew to Atlanta for John Bonet's funeral, and they were expected to stay at the home of Rod Westmoreland, John's financial advisor.
Mhm.
But the Whites felt ill at ease among the Ramseys' Atlanta friends and alarmed at the directions things seemed to be heading. Priscilla said, I'd never been in the South before. It was very different from Colorado or California. Very pretentious. Maids. Everybody was drinking champagne. I finally looked at the woman who was supposed to be our hostess and said, we can't stay here. You don't know what we've just been through, and you're worried about whether you're using your Baccarat crystal glasses. So all of a sudden, we were the crazy ones.
Wow. Wow.
There's a lot. If you look up Fleet and Priscilla, and then there's another rabbit hole, write this one down because this came
Oh,
up
are you
with,
going live tomorrow, girl?
I don't think so because I got to get ready for freaking CrimeCon. Nancy
That's
Krebs.
right.
Nancy Krebs
Nancy who?
is Nancy Krebs,
Okay.
Krebs. And there is a camera article about her, February 25th, 2000. And she is from California and she went to District Attorney Alex Hunter
Mhm.
and he turned over information to the Boulder Police and the FBI. So this is what happened. The testimony and documents provided voluntarily by 37-year-old, she was just California woman at the time, but now we know it's Nancy Krebs, was brought forward by Boulder attorney Lee Hill. The woman said she suffered a lifetime of SA and physical abuse beginning at age 3. They found her to be very, very believable, blah, 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 but her connection is through the whites. So, she says, let me see. In talking to detectives, the woman draws parallels between sexual techniques used at these sessions and the physical evidence of garroting that investigators found on the body of John Bonet. The woman told detectives she believes John Bonet was killed accidentally when an asphyxiation technique used to stimulate, you know what it does.
Yeah.
And she said that a porno party went too far, and that's what she called it. But she is the great, wait, she knows the Ramseys through the Fleet White family. She said the godfather to her mother is Fleet White Sr., 86 of California. So Fleet White, the friend of John, his dad is Fleet White Sr. of California. So she said that the godfather to her mother is Fleet White Sr. and Fleet White Jr. of Boulder and John Ramsey were close friends until the death of John Bonet. White Jr. was with John Ramsey, when her body was found. But there's a whole article on it. You can
And
deep dive her. She did like official like testimony and all kinds of things. And the Zell brothers went deep in. They even talked to her. It's crazy.
now when they were at the Whites that night, you had said
Mhm.
you were reading, in, John's, deposition, was it? About him and the guy, what was it? Fleet, I guess?
Yeah, Fleet.
Is that who was playing the beads with him, with the girls?
Yes. Yeah. So it was Fleet's daughter,
Yeah,
Daphne,
yeah.
John, and John Bonet.
I wonder where their moms were at.
Well, that's the thing. Like they were at this big party where everybody's
Yeah.
probably downstairs, right? And they were drinking and whatever they're doing, socializing, and the two grown men went upstairs with their daughters.
To
And I wouldn't find that to be odd, but his daughter just ends up to be deceased in long johns, 2 pairs of underwear, one that doesn't fit her, hours later. You know what I mean? And she slept the whole way home. So that's why I was saying, like, when did she change into long johns? Did they take them with her and it got to a certain point in the night where they were like, okay, honey, put on your long johns? Where did the size 12 underwear come from that were over her size 6? Were they one of the whites? Did they have another daughter of the whites that was older? I
Right.
mean,
What is up with that? Those are those things that need to be answered that may
simple.
never get answered, right? That are too bizarre, that don't belong, because we all know that don't belong. How the hell did I get there and who did it, right? And
Yeah,
why?
because you know she didn't wear the little long johns to the party. I'm sure she wore a cute little dress or
Did she
something,
had a
right?
dress on? No, because in one report, they referred to it as leggings, but everywhere else, it's been long johns. And I'm like, well, which was it? An actual thermal long john, or
Hmm.
was it an actual tights
Yeah.
legging?
No, it was thermals. You can see them in the pictures.
Right, okay, that's what I had to assume. You would have to see the difference, okay. So if she had that on, like you said, Boulder, Colorado, I'm sure it was cold, but would she not under a dress, right? So when did she change? When did that occur? There's too many unanswered questions yet, and I would love to see some of the very early police reports of what the Ramseys did say.
Oh,
Even
me
outside,
too.
when was that deposition date? Do you recall off the top of your head? I got it saved.
I can look.
Let's okay, so tell me a little bit more about the crime con. When do you leave?
So I leave late Wednesday night. So that means like tomorrow I've got to get all my stuff together because I don't have anything ready. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm last minute Nelly. Um, it was in, they had one in October of 98 and one in December of 2001. Let's see. John Ramsey, his was 98, hers was 2001. So they were two different cases. His was for a defamation lawsuit filed against John Ramsey and the National Enquirer by a local photographer, Stephen Miles. That was the first time that John answered questions under oath regarding the case. And then Patsy, well, hers was in Atlanta as part of a lawsuit filed by Chris Wolf, a Boulder resident. The Ramseys suggested was a potential suspect. And John Ramsey was also deposed during this legal proceeding.
And we've got information too about that grand jury, about how they and that's one thing that what web sleuth lady was yelling about. One of her they made a video about her or something that I noticed that her say it on. But the thing about it was, that's the one thing she wasn't wrong about, was that there was a sealed document for many years, and that grand jury came very close to indicting John Ramsey, and
Mm-hmm.
it never did, right? So that's, you always got to wonder about that. But I had, let's see if it's this one. No, that's the wrong
Well, they
one.
were going to indict him on like child endangerment or something
Well, there was
for
different.
putting their child in like a position, or I can't remember what the wording is, but
You don't want to, when in this type of case where the implication could be much more than just putting a child in danger. Say if that example, if you thought the parent was in on, did something, or anybody for that matter, do you want to go with a lesser charge when you need to go for the bigger charge? I don't know. There's something
yeah,
really weird about the whole grand jury thing. And the judge ordered at one point, let's see, where do I have this at? You know how they never release, was it this case index? I have it. Where did it go? They showed all of the grand jurors, and they rarely do that.
they showed them.
Yeah, I was shocked when I saw it. It's old too. What did I do with it? Okay, it's not that. Was it this one? Uh,
Okay, so it does say here that shortly after the killing, White and Ramsey's relationship abruptly ended. Now that's sus.
and I'm telling you, if I could, let's see, is this it? Oh, here's where I saw it. Okay.
Fleet White was a Boulder oil man.
Okay. Let me pull this up and show that. I think this is where I saw that comment.
Oh, listen to this. He told on a CNN interview, John Ramsey called White's strange behavior and criticized him for insisting the Ramseys do an interview after the killing, days after the killing.
Criticized him for insisting that they do
The
an interview?
Ramseys do a CNN interview days after the killing. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a daily camera, and it says here, and this was after the family was cleared. I think it's time for John Ramsey to apologize to Fleet and Priscilla White for implicating them in John Bonet's death. Time for John to apologize for attempting to implicate the housekeeper, Linda Hoffman. And I was like, what the hell?
Mm.
Potaji tell me of the evidence that pointed away from the Ramseys, the 3-page ransom note written on Patsy's paper with Patsy's pen in Patsy's handwriting. And they sure made her do a lot of samples. Is that pointing away from Patsy? And then they go and talk about the pineapple and John Bonet's stomach. So there's a lot, but that right there, this is like someone's comment to the editor here or whatever. But that top part, right? I think it's time for John to apologize to Fleet and Priscilla. And that's what I was like, what are they talking about, right? And it says for
Yeah.
implicating them in John Bonet's death. So maybe that's what led to they started suspecting each other.
Well, I think they were probably both being questioned, but you know what I found interesting? I
That's
listened to John and Patsy's first public interview with the press,
uh-huh.
and today it like came up on my algorithm after I was done with my stream.
Right.
And it was funny because John was all defensive and he's like, you know, um, for people who say we haven't spoken to police, we have. We spoke with them for 8 hours on the 26th and 2 hours on the 27th. So that is not true. And I thought, damn, dude, 10 hours is not really a lot of time when your daughter is, killed in your house. Like, what do you mean? I mean, he sat there and said, we found out we had so many bad people around us that we didn't know about. I mean,
I heard that. And so when you heard him say that, what was your first thought?
which part?
So many bad people around us. Like, did you think he meant like they later learned their inner circle type people were bad, or just like
Yep.
the predators in
I
the area kind of thing? Which way did you take
No,
that?
I
Yeah.
took it as their inner circle, that they moved to Boulder
Yeah.
and got involved in this circle of
Mhm.
certain caliber of people, and they didn't realize that they were the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Right. And that happens a lot of times with crimes against kids are happening, right? That one person people will never suspect, right? Very well. Maybe they did realize, turns out who we thought these people weren't who we thought they were. And we talked about that earlier in the show about being careful about who you let around your kids. You can't, it's so hard to trust people these days. And like letting kids go to sleepovers now you know what I mean?
Oh,
Um,
for sure.
right.
We don't
And
do that anymore.
no, and how I remember, and kids love doing that, most kids, and
Mhm.
it's to and you're like, "Well, I'd rather y'all come to my house and do it," but then you gotta consider, well, that parent probably feels like I do. They don't know if they can trust me either, and
Right.
sad that we have to be that way, um, in this world anymore, but it's just the way it is. This, I don't know how much information. I'll show you this. I've got this saved to go through. It's like 78 pages. Um, I'll probably do this week. 78 pages, and it was December 27, 1996 for immediate release. And it says it was an update on the homicide investigation, John Bonet Ramsey.
Huh.
Ramsey case release, Ramsey case new release index. And it says contact, this is a media relations person, update on the homicide. And it goes through all this stuff, right? The initial stages of the investigation were directed towards preparing to comply with the ransom note instructions. It goes through, like I said, there's
So
78
the
pages.
FBI was involved.
Yes, from the
I
get-go.
wonder to what capacity.
Well, because of the ransom note aspect. Anytime there's a potential ransom note, they're there, right? Just that's why they had to be a part of the Guthrie case the second, whether it was a valid note or not, to the local radio station or TV station who was the first ones to get it. The minute possible ransom note, FBI is involved. So Update on homicide investigation. Boulder police are continuing their investigation of the death of 6-year-old JON BONET RAMSEY. Gives her birthday, which was 8/6/90, which was reported on Thursday, December 26th. So this was done. Detective Commander John Eller provided the following I can't say the word tonight, at a news briefing on Friday, December 27th. Okay, so this was briefed on the 27th. Says police responded on December 26th to the home of John and Patsy Ramsey at 755 15th Street in Boulder following a 911 call. The call from Patsy stated a note had been found indicating their daughter had been kidnapped. So she established that during the 911 call, right? Not it was found after cops got there. She established during the 911 call, I have found a ransom note. Officers initiated an investigatory response to a possible kidnapping for ransom. Now, going back to the crime scene, Patsy discovers this letter on the stairs. JON BONET's body is discovered by John Ramsey after cops arrived and the house fills with people, right?
Mm-hmm. And not only that, the friends were already in the kitchen cleaning.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God.
And that poor lady, Linda, whatever her name is,
I
she was
forgot
the
about that.
only officer there, remember? In
The
that interview,
wild-eyed
she
lady.
was, yeah, and she was like, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. No one was arriving for backup. No one. She
Right.
just said she sat there.
And they were just all walking around like
Hmm.
normal, just doing
And
stuff.
that's why she sent Fleet and John to go search the house again or something. Because she didn't know what to do with these frantic people.
Right. Because
What a mess.
that is a mess because somebody should have a law enforcement officer should have been with John to move through that home because the complications of the basement. And I say that because there's a lot of rooms down there and a lot of stuff in the basement. So
Yeah.
even if if I'm a cop and I arrive, have you searched your entire home? Yes, I have. Take me through your home. Every nook and
Or
cranny.
you tell the parents to sit there
Stay
and
out, see,
you
yeah,
get your backup,
exactly.
right? And have them
Exactly.
all go through. But she had no one come, and I think she sat there. And I think
She
it was
did.
like
You're
hours.
right. I'm recalling that now because we gotta review her interview here this week too, because like I said, I do have it saved because she was like a controversy in this case almost, right? With the
Hmm.
things that happened.
And I
Um,
think too that the excuse they gave was that it was Christmas.
yeah. 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 Well,
Everybody was on vacation or whatever.
you know how long it took for cops to arrive to look for Madeline Soto? Her poor grandma had to call them over and over. Are y'all
Oh, I
coming?
know it. I know.
My granddaughter is missing.
Shameful.
I know. I couldn't get over that shit. All right. I need to say his name out loud now just so something will happen at the prison. Hold on. Can't talk about Maddie unless I hurt his ass. Stefan Stearns, you fucker.
Can't stand him.
I cannot. Okay. The Boulder and for those of y'all don't know, if I say his name, something bad happens at the prison. I just told myself that one day. It's like a little voodoo doll. The initial stages of, okay, wait. Officers initiated an investigatory response to a possible kidnapping for ransom. So that was established in the 911 call. The Boulder and Denver offices of the FBI were requested to assist, as was the district attorney's office. So right then, the Boulder and the Denver offices of the FBI. So two offices were notified to assist, as was the district attorney's office. And then the initial stages of the investigation were directed towards preparing to comply with the ransom note instructions. Detectives remain on the scene with the family. At approximately 2 p.m., a search of the home produced the body of the missing girl. So, hold on a second. 2 p.m., she's found. They never cleared that house, but were preparing to negotiate with a ransom note.
And don't forget, Patsy made the 911 call at 5,
What was it?
like 40 a.m.
In the morning.
So her body was down there.
For hours. Hours.
Oh, yeah. Like
So
8 hours.
if you got the FBI on scene now from Boulder and Denver, and the DA's office is on board, and y'all are preparing to respond to a kidnapping letter, has nobody bothered to check to see if the house has been cleared? And then her father finds her body at 2 o'clock? Her father? Not a cop.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
fucking see, I gotta stop right there. That's always been the part that bothered me.
Well, because Linda was the only one there for how long?
For
Let's see.
long, well, they're preparing to fucking deal with this ransom letter. Were they all down at the office focused on the ransom letter?
Let's see.
Where was the FBI?
First, okay, so the first one was Linda. She got there at 8:10. Okay, here we go. Here's a timeline from the Denver Post.
Okay.
Her call came in at 5:52, the 911. Officers arrived at the house within 7 minutes, but a detective didn't arrive till 8:11. The first officers assessed the situation within the first hour and paged detectives at 7 a.m. Before detectives went to the crime scene, they went to police headquarters for a quick briefing and pick up materials. When detectives arrived at the Ramsey home at 8:11, God, I don't know why I keep saying that, 8:11 a.m., officers had been on the scene continuously since 6 a.m. Then they named them. Her body was found shortly after 1 that day. Asked about the length of time between the 911 call and the detective's arrival may have harmed the investigation. They said, I'm not engaging that conversation. I'm not required to debate it with you.
All right,
This
so
is Police Chief Tom Kobe.
by 6 a.m. we got officers on site?
Yep,
And
continuously.
then at 8:11, continuously. And at 8:11 we got detectives arriving, or just a detective?
They said detectives, but then they said it was that lady, Linda.
And then it says shortly after 1 she was found. This
Mhm,
is at
mhm.
approximately 2, so okay, variance there. That's not, no officer made sure every area of that home was cleared, but John Ramsey found her. That always
Right.
is the
I would
biggest
love to see that
misstep.
first 2 hours with the Ramseys and these first officers that arrived. I wish there was body cam footage.
Don't you know it? That would be everything, because the first thing you're gonna wanna know is, did you check every single room? And if I know my basement has that many weird rooms, right? I'm gonna go look in every single one of those rooms just in I'm gonna tell y'all a story about your kid going somewhere to spend the night. We had a neighbor across the street. Her kid was at my house all the time. Never that problem. I've told this story here once before. My daughter goes over there. They're, what were they, 11, I think? Goes over there, spends the night. Nothing, no big deal. Just fucking across the street. We're on a dirt road in rural Northwest Florida, basically. I get a call at 6 a.m. the very next morning. Are the girls at your house? Excuse me,
Mhm.
bitch, they spent the night at your house.
Oh,
Why are you
God.
calling me at 6 a.m. looking for the girls? I bolted out of my house. First, I ran to every room in my house, found my other 2 kids, but I couldn't find my other one because she's supposed to be across the street. I ran from my house across the street without ever getting my husband out of bed. I was gone. I went into her front door, and my heart sank when I went to that bedroom and there were no kids in that room. You go every single room. You go look under the fucking bed, every closet, I don't care if it's a pile of clothes on the floor, even if you can see right through it, I'm looking anyway. Right? Of course, the girls were
Mhm.
fine, we found them.
Thank God.
Yeah. Well, the little girl across the street always had an issue at home with her mom and wanted to go see her aunt in Texas and thought she could walk there. And they didn't realize how far it was and they were going to walk. And my daughter didn't want her to go alone. It's like, what the fuck are you kid? That's how easy that could have happened. These girls were found within minutes because the whole fucking neighborhood was out in full force. We didn't. It, the cops were called, but it didn't even. They didn't even have a chance to get there. We already found them. You know what I'm saying? But the whole neighborhood within minutes was on out looking for these girls, and the neighbor found them right there at the edge of the neighborhood. That fast. But that's how fast it could happen, right? But my child went to somebody else's house. It really bothered me because that other kid had been to my house so many times and nothing had ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, that's how fast shit can happen. You don't ever know. But this is crazy that they didn't go search every single room and then to find her,
Here's
to be
here's a
found
better
by her.
timeline I found on Denver Post, and it says that 5:59 to 6 a.m. Boulder police officer Rick French arrived and initiates an initial search of the home for the alleged kidnapper and points of entry. Then at 7 a.m., family, friends, and pastors began arriving at the house, contaminating the crime scene by
Mm.
unintentionally handling evidence and moving around the home while authorities were focused on the ransom note scenario.
So they were starting to arrive by 7 a.m.
7 a.m. She
They were
called them
solely,
immediately.
in that solely focused on this ransom note situation without, I, I guess they looked everywhere but the basement. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know if John said he checked it. I would love to know what their statements were.
As to why because, you come in, you say, "My daughter's missing, and I have found this ransom note. I'm gonna read this note and go, 'Oh my god, your child's I'm gonna go, have you checked the home, ma'am? Are you sure?' We're the authorities. We need to go." Certainly, they went through that house and checked for that child and didn't just take their word for it that she wasn't in her bed. They went and looked for themselves, right?
I would
Holy
hope so.
good lord, right? Oh,
It
man.
says here they were looking for the kidnapper. Weren't they looking for John Bonet?
Geez, I
It's
guess
just weird, man. There's no
they
weird
no, Jay, I
vehicles.
guess they feel if they catch the kidnapper, they'll find John Bonet.
There you
That's what,
go.
you
No
know?
weird vehicles, no nothing, just I don't know.
Right, no neighbors reported hearing, like, a car leaving at a high rate of speed, right?
Not
Nothing like
right.
that even. I
Nothing.
get
No dogs barked,
no dogs were
just
barking or alerting. Of course, back then, we didn't have the Ring cameras and the doorbell cameras everywhere. All of that
unfortunately.
stuff I know. Could you imagine
Be
if
wonderful.
on their street, if somebody there would have had cameras and we might could have caught something? Well, look
Hmm.
at Miss Guthrie's house, it's dark, we don't even have a car of interest. Like Sebastian Rogers, we got nothing, right? There's some of these
It's
cases that
insane.
just, isn't it, that we just have nothing to go on because there was nothing. Um,
What's
it's like
wild to me though is if someone is gonna come in the house, spend that much time on a ransom letter for what? Like, if you're gonna take the kid and leave the letter, you're gonna take the kid. Like, why are you gonna go deeper into their house? Like, you've already come in and you've gone up on the second floor. Why are you gonna go deeper into the deepest corner of their basement where you could potentially get cornered in with no way
mhm,
out? It's wild to me. You would, if you're gonna take that little girl, you're gonna grab her from her bed and you're gonna go out the front door, and you might even not even shut that front door behind you, and she's gone.
gone. There was so many ways to get out of that house with her. There was back door, there was everything, first of all, you're not gonna leave a ransom note when you have murdered the child in the basement.
Right.
Why would that makes no sense whatsoever.
And
And I'm
spend
sure
that much time to write it and that much more time potentially getting caught by someone coming downstairs?
and moving around the house, because if you look at that floor plan where it says the pen used was in a separate location from where the paper was at. Here, let me see. Let me show. Get it back up here. This is it right here. Um, okay, it's got this is that Denver Post thing. All right, the cup with the Sharpie pens was over here, right in the kitchen, but the writing pad for the ransom note was over here near the stairs. And the spiral staircase is here, and that's where Patsy finds the ransom note. So they went all the way into the kitchen to get themselves a Sharpie pen,
Mhm.
and they went all the way back out here to Patsy's little notepad, writes an elaborate to this very specific dollar amount that happened to match Ramsey's what was it,
Bonus.
bonus.
Yeah.
All right, and then leaves it there.
Oh, and then let's not forget the verbiage in there. Um, what did it say?
We had to pull that damn thing up again and
Don't
review
be
it.
something, John. You're not the only fat cat in town. It was like a slam on him. And
Right.
in his deposition, when he was asked what he remembered from the ransom, it was those two sentences. And I just thought to myself, God, I could see Patsy saying that to
Girl,
him.
I was about to say, Jay, that gives you this vibe of, uh, uh, okay, all right. Well, we don't want to be
Mm.
like,
You're not the only fat cat in this town,
yeah, I'll show
mofo,
you,
you know.
bastard. Yeah, no,
Hmm.
I get it. Um, it's
But yeah, back to the Sharpies. I'm sorry, there's so much.
no, there's just so much, but it makes you feel like somebody knew the home in the end.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and like you said, to spend all this time in that house and be incredibly comfortable to do so. Not you know there's parents upstairs asleep. You should be aware of that. You should be aware there's a sibling in that house. You know, your balls to the walls got the nerve to come on in there. You know the layout of the land apparently because you know the
So what
basement pretty
happened
well.
first? Did
Right.
they do the assault and then write the note? Or did they write the note and then go down in the corner of the basement to assault her? It's weird, right? Like either way,
I
it just
bet
doesn't make
this note
sense.
I, I bet this letter was written before Sean Bonet was ever taken from her bed.
Mm.
But who and why? Why would you do that after the fact? Was it like a panic mode? "Oh, I better do something to cover my tracks. Oh, I know. I'll write a ransom note. They'll never find her body down here in this back corner basement." That don't make any sense to me,
Mm-mm.
unless I got a bloomin'
Es-
ass, you know,
Well,
idiot.
especially if you want, the $118,000. If you're really a person that's breaking in to take this girl for 108, I mean, it just doesn't make sense because obviously it wasn't. The ransom note was a ruse.
Uh-oh, there's a oh. I should when I'm on a live, I happen to accidentally sometimes look at Twitter or YouTube, and I shouldn't do that. I'll be like,
Why
"Oh,
would happen?
there's just a live call-in show happening on a different channel with my favorite doctor, I troll." My favorite doctor, I see you. Our favorite interview room people. They're over on the
Oh.
lab. They're over on the lab at a call-in show
Mm.
with over 3,000 people watching.
Oh, wow.
Popcorn. That's wild. Um, okay. But yeah, this case is crazy. It's always been a mystery, right, to a lot of people. Even if you consider or have always been on the fence, like with the family. Could they have? Or maybe they didn't. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. When the car guy confessed and all that stuff had happened, the different things. It's like, why could they never get to a conclusion or find an answer? Why? And is this DNA really the problem? And if that's what they use to clear this family and there's really issues with the DNA, then you can't clear the family based on that, which is
Hmm.
it's sad because somebody's gotten away with it this long. and they felt very
Yeah, I
comfortable
guess
at his home.
another thing that I would like to know, and I don't know if any of this is in like the case files, is how how much they investigated the whites and interviewed them and the white's wife. Like, did they look at her handwriting? I know Patsy's they looked at 4 different times or 5 different
I
times.
saw where it said they had taken DNA samples and handwriting samples from the whites. Hang on, let me see if
Mm.
it's in this. And then I had read that, found the information where they had gotten up to 1,000 damn DNA samples in this case. And I thought, well, how many did they get everybody's sample?
Yeah, who'd they get them?
I mean, I know they had gotten Patsy's samples. There was so much scrutiny around Patsy, right? For years. For years
Huh.
before she passed away. I mean, I remember all of it. Geraldo Rivera was all over that shit on TV for a long time. It was a whole thing. It got really heated. Um, the Ramseys, not the Ramseys, but people got really super heated over this family being involved or not, and it played out on TV. People would get into arguments over it. Now, remember that one time Geraldo threw a chair at somebody back in the day?
Yeah.
Tell me, was
I don't remember what the topic was, but yes.
can't remember
Talk shows were
either.
wild, man.
They were like the thing back then, and like what was that Sally Jassy Raphael lady with the glasses and
Yep,
what was
Jenny
it?
Jones.
Jenny Jones. Oh my God, I remember her. Um, was it what's that dude's name? Phil, whatever his name was. He started all that shit. Phil
Jerry
Donahue,
Springer. Oh yeah, Phil
Jerry
Donahue.
Springer. Yeah, this was way before the Oprah stuff,
So
right?
many. There were so many talk shows. Ricky Lake, Maury Povich, Montel
Yes,
Williams.
you're the father,
Yep.
Montel Williams.
Well,
I used
that's the thing. Hey, Crochet Mish. That's the thing about the DNA. She said, "Do you think the DNA will solve anything?" It's just like,
It doesn't
mm,
appear that it will
it doesn't.
because we were just reading at the top of the show. We were looking at the stuff about the DNA because they were going on about how the DNA cleared the family. And there was a report out in 2016 that an independent forensic analysis was conducted on that DNA, and there are problems with that DNA sample that was used to clear the family, that it may not be a clear single cell male DNA source. There's like a mixture involved, and there is a third DNA, and that there's not even a guarantee that the DNA came from a perpetrator, that it could have been deposited there in an innocent way. Like, right, it's just a transfer
But
DNA
what did
cell.
they say, Salty, about the same profile being the blood spot on the underwear as the same on the waistband?
No, they said it was on, like, when they decided to do the scrapings on the thermal underpants or leggings or whatever they wanna call them. When they did that, they said they would look at places that they thought the perpetrator would touch, right? Like, to grab and pull down. So when they tested those spots, they recovered a profile there that matched the underwear DNA.
Which is weird because the underwear DNA, the blood was in the bigger size. And no, they didn't talk about they never no one ever talks about that. That she had the size 6 underwear on and a size 12 over top of those. And the ones that were over top of those had the blood stain on it.
That is so weird. Hang
It's
on.
so bizarre.
Because that's something that shouldn't be in the situation where, because that's how old was the sister at the time?
That Melinda, she had to be a teenager. So I was thinking, I think I heard somewhere, but I can't confirm it, that it was they were a present that Patsy had bought for Melinda because they were the same type of underwear. They were from Bloomingdale's and they had the day of the week on them, like on the butt or
Uh-huh.
whatever.
Oh Lord, I
And
remember
she,
those things.
yeah, that's what they were. So she had a pair of size 6 that said Wednesday, and then the size 12 are over top of them. Same underwear. So
Okay.
I don't know. I've never heard an explanation as to why she had two pairs on.
John Bonet was found wearing white adult-sized Wednesday underwear 12 to 14 from Bloomingdale's. This was tar t this was far too large for the 6-year-old who typically wore, sizes 4 to 6. The remaining unworn pairs from the package were never located in her bedroom, and DNA found on these underpants ultimately helped clear her parents. Oh, wow. That's on the AI overview. Uh,
Weird.
well, I guess because the, letter's out there from the damn lady, the DA people. The oversized undergarment remains a heavily scrutinized piece of evidence in the case. Patsy Ramsey stated the size 12 panties were purchased as a gift during a November '96 trip to New York, intended for a niece rather than Jean Bonnet. So
Oh,
did
a
they come from the
niece.
basement? You saw all the packaging down there to wrap stuff, right?
Oh, yeah,
It
that's where you'd probably throw some gifts if you weren't going to be giving them to somebody right away.
Right, so she says they're, size 12 panties purchased during a trip to New York for her niece rather than Jean Bonnet. So,
So it
yeah,
wasn't double. It was just the bigger
just
ones.
the bigger ones? Where was hers? She didn't just had on the
Hmm.
long johns?
So the
And then
bigger undies were put on
we
her.
need to go back to that video that shows the basement, see if we can see these fucking underwear in that damn basement, like the package open, tossed in the side. They
Yeah,
said
because
that
they never
package was
recovered the
recovered.
rest of them. Because you would have 7 pairs.
You took the trophies with you or what? What's happening?
Yeah,
The
12 to 14, she would have been swimming in those things.
Yes, that's ridiculous.
How
That
the
that would have
hell
been
would they even have stayed up?
they wouldn't have, they would have been placed there after she had been killed,
Oh my word.
which is a
So
staging effort. So
whose
who
ever's blood that is
so
on those underwear.
yeah. Now we're gonna run around the basement and grab some weird underwear to stage
To
this scene
just throw
with.
on her? Yeah, but who would
Yes.
know those underwear were there? They would have to be
Unless
in a
they just went
Bloomingdale's
looking
bag or something.
and, like, they just went looking for something and found those, like, or knew they were there.
Knew they were there.
Wow,
Because
that's
look at all
weird.
the shit that was down there. Can you go back to that video?
Yes, we can do that.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep you. I
No,
love
you're
talking about
fine.
this stuff.
You're good. Hey, if you're good, I'm good. Chat,
I'm
y'all good?
I'm I'm
Y'all
good.
good? Okay.
No, there's not one pair, Hawkeye, because they're days of the week underwear from Bloomingdale's and they come in like a set for, like Monday through Sunday.
Okay, let's see. Where did it Oh, I gotta go to right here.
They had to know those underwear were there because they would be in such a small package too.
Okay, let me get it to the beginning when they first go down the stairs. Okay. Now let me
Because Patsy said that she bought them in New York, Hawkeye. So we know they were theirs, but they never recovered the rest of the pairs. We know that Patsy purchased them. But why the hell would John Bonet put on a pair of underwear that damn big and then
Alright.
pull them up over with her?
She wouldn't have done that because it's like in the, oh my goodness, I think my mouse is gonna die. It's blinking. Maybe I need some
Oh
battery.
no.
I got batteries. And look, it did that one time I was on a live and I didn't have any batteries. I couldn't even shut the live down. Like, I
That
couldn't
happened to me before my mouse died too.
I was like, "Never again. That will never happen
That's
again."
so funny.
Yeah. Okay.
Mine plugs in. I don't have the battery one anymore, but I've had that happen to me. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
I still
shit.
haven't I still haven't gotten that done that. What am I doing here? Okay. Look, I can't get that picture to go away. It's like my layout's all screwed up. It won't go away. Okay, we'll do this. Okay. Let me make that bigger.
They have such a choppy house too, like so many rooms.
I know. It would be harder to navigate not knowing the layout, and you spent a lot of you were so comfortable to be in that house. Like, either you were not afraid of being caught or the thrill was part of it, I can't figure it out. It's one or the other. Either you weren't concerned with being caught or the thrill that you might be caught was part of it. Why not
Right.
kidnap her and leave?
Why not take her somewhere else?
Exactly. That's what most, unfortunately, predators do, isn't it? They take the child and leave, and they do what they do.
Especially if they're gonna leave a 2.5-page ransom letter.
Exactly. You're not gonna leave that down in the basement like that. This doesn't make any sense. So we're looking to see if we see any evidence of maybe the
Look for
package of
anything
underwear or
Bloomingdale's, maybe a
Bloomingdale's.
Bloomingdale's bag, or I
Yeah.
noticed a Nordstrom bag hanging there, like a dress bag. She has a lot of shit down there.
I imagine she was always buying stuff. It was a
See, there's just
consumption
random
era.
bags everywhere
Yeah, like
with
what's
shit
in
in them.
what is in those garbage bags?
That looks like Halloween shit. But how would you know, like, oh, the Bloomingdale's underwear are in here in this bag? Where the hell were they?
And where were they? Because right, because you noticed the ribbons and stuff right by the bathroom or by the laundry. That's that closet. There's 2 closets there in the center part of that room, but now they're going back into
See,
where the
that door is held open by like a block.
yeah, and there's a dress or something there hanging up or a suit, look like a dress. Scissors are there. What is all this shit right there? Wrapping paper? Like
Yeah, it looks like
Christmas because
Christmas
it's
bows.
December, right? So she had the Christmas stuff in here wrapping. Okay.
There's the Nordstrom. So I'm a little bit behind you because I'm looking on my TV.
Yeah, it's when you look at the phone, TV, and my PC, it's always a little different.
But I imagine that they took gifts to the White's house. So she
Yes.
probably wrapped gifts to take over there, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, she was probably wrapping gifts off and on throughout the week, right? Getting ready for various events, wrapping the kids' presents to put under the tree, different shit, wrapping presents for your friends. What? Okay, so that is a Nordstrom's dress bag, right?
Mm-hmm.
What were these other ones right here? Hold on.
I wonder when she was in New York.
It said, what did it say? 90, the November that year, right there, these bags. Can't really tell.
I'm waiting for it to get caught up on my TV because I can see it good.
Yeah, there's some bags it looks like hanging around the door where the dress, the Nordstrom bag was
Oh,
hanging.
yeah.
There's another Nordstrom bag I noticed. They
Excuse
appear
me.
to be empty. And then back here, just further behind, what is that?
It's so blurry.
Yeah, it could be better for
There's
sure.
that photo again, though. Scanned by that photo again against the wall.
Yeah, that's a very dark bedroom, a very dark room behind the laundry area.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, that appears to be like a shower door. It is, but there's items stored in that shower, like it's not used.
Yeah, garbage bags, shit.
And then behind it, a room, right? Yeah. And then beyond this room is where Jean Bonnet was found.
Yeah, is this considered the boiler room?
I would assume
Because you
so.
go through the boiler room and then you get to the wine cellar.
Yeah.
But there's just stuff everywhere in this
But
house.
to navigate that, right, in the middle of the night or whatever time this person came in,
Right.
from the time they put her to bed until the time Patsy discovers her missing, they just can navigate and not trip and fall, make a noise. I mean, not carrying
Well,
this little
remember she
girl.
had DNA under her little fingernails, too.
There were scrapings under her nails. They had gotten that almost immediately from the crime scene when they processed her body.
See,
You
I'm
are
picturing,
correct.
oh, there's a Gap bag right there.
Is it Gap? So yeah, you're carrying this little girl down through all of this.
Well, hence the flashlight, right? We have the flashlight that
So
she could have been
what
hit with.
what is up with that flashlight? I saw in the if you look at the floor plan and listen to them, they were talking about it was the flashlight even used. What about it makes people think that it was?
There was medical examiners. There was a medical examiner that had basically matched the mag light to the damage on her skull.
When did he
But
make
that
that
was
determination?
that was his theory. It was Dr. Spitz that did that.
But do we know when that determination was made?
Um he did a special with CBS or something.
Hmm.
I don't know, early 2000s because he's now deceased.
Yeah.
But he had done that, and then another one thought maybe a golf club. I think the investigators thought it was either a golf club or the baseball bat.
Yeah, because
So
I was
they've
under the
never
impression they've never
definitively said.
right, they've never determined really what caused it is speculation. But
Which is crazy to me.
well, I would be first thing I would ask is, do we have any DNA on the flashlight?
Right.
Where from her skull, her hair, the person that touched it, or what do we do? It's got to be something.
That's why it bothers me that there was fibers on the baseball bat, like it was
Baseball bat.
wrapped or something.
Like, could there? Because so what is that window there? See that small window?
That's the one that they say the perpetrator came in. That open window.
That little small basement
Yeah, if
crawl.
you crawl out of that window and you look
Yeah,
up, it's that grate, and you'd have to push that grate up and
and
slide through the grate and up and out.
right.
See the suitcase underneath the window? They're
Yeah,
saying the perp stepped on the suitcase to get in and out.
that
I
there
just
was
don't buy
a.
it.
I don't know. I mean, that they could have very well come through the house that way, especially knowing that they can get in that way, right? Already pre know they already know they can come in that way. Easy in, easy in. Did they leave through the same way? Um, or did they come in a
But what
different
was
way
funny
and leave
is when
out
you
that
look at
way?
the window, there's cobwebs in it. So I
Like
don't
it
know how people went through there without disturbing cobwebs, you know?
right. There's always been a speculation around that window, and was it disturbed around it enough to show that someone went through it or didn't? See, there's a cobweb there on the glass that you can see, right there, dangling off the glass piece of the broken glass there. But,
Hmm.
that still don't mean I mean, thick ass cobwebs can hang around for a long time. But did they come in that way and leave that way, or was that even an entry and exit at all, right? We don't know. But either way, they knew this house.
Totally
That's
had
a
to
lot
know
to
the house.
navigate. Because if you okay, say for instance, you did break in through to this house through this window, and you don't know what the hell you're walking into. I'm just gonna break in. Whatever happens, happens. And you all of a sudden you're faced with all this stuff in this basement. That's a lot to navigate and a lot of noise that you didn't,
A lot.
a lot. And then you go upstairs and then do you write a letter or do you go look for a little child? Or are you there to rob? You know what I mean? It's like going into Miss
Yeah.
Nancy's house. Why did you go in there? If you're there to rob, you wouldn't steal the old lady.
Yeah. Do you want the money? Did you want her? Is it revenge? What do you want? Because John seems to think, you heard him over and over at the CrimeCon interviews. It was someone jealous of him.
Yeah, and I get, that wouldn't be my first thought when somebody did this brutal thing to my child and this
Sadistic.
the essay involved and all.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a sadistic type of individual, not somebody who was would my mind let
Yes.
me would my mind let me wonder, would somebody who was jealous of me do that to get revenge on me? I don't live that kind of life where I think that or have done people wrong to think that. Like, I would never
Is
think that.
that the suitcase with the comforter, by the way?
It was
Did the
just
com
crossed my mind.
Was that the same suitcase in front of the door?
Let's go
Is that
back.
the same suitcase that had the comforter inside it? Or was there
It's
another suitcase found with.
There it is. Okay, let me get it to play. Do you know the description of the others of the
I
suitcase where it was
don't.
found?
I don't. But I'm just thinking out loud. Like
Yeah.
the suitcase was pretty prominent in this case. So is that the same one that had the freaking comforter inside it by chance, or was that a different one?
It could have been, because it was probably wasn't, taken and collected right away, right? They got a ransom on hand. They're all concentrating on the ransom note those first so many hours. No one's found this child yet, right? According to the timeline we were looking at earlier, with the cops coming in at 7 and 8:11, detectives are arriving, and they're all focused on a ransom letter and preparing to negotiate, and still had no idea this child was in the basement the whole time. That's wild to me that FBI was brought in out of 2 field offices, and they were preparing to negotiate and didn't even know the child. This, I don't know what to make of
Yeah, and
that.
wasn't there something weird too about the fact that there was a ransom note, but neither one of the Ramseys were like asking like if anybody had called or anything, something like that. Like,
So, with the FBI coming in, right, and they're having to work with the local authorities, and they're having to, maybe they're taking the word from the local cop, the house has been checked, and they're like, "We're go time. Our job is to focus on this ransom note and get this negotiation started," right?
oh,
Their job is to investigate that scene and get all the critical evidence to help us get this case. So the FBI is focusing on the ransom aspect, but the cops are over here doing what during that time? Not looking through the whole house to double check to make sure. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense.
well, I think the problem was is that there wasn't a whole lot of cops there, right? Like detective wise.
Hmm.
Maybe like the FBI if they were doing the ransom thing, but as far as when did Linda get any relief from another Boulder detective coming in or any relief at all? I mean,
Let's
I
see. We
can't wait
got
till you
her.
go over her interview
Let's do
because
it now. Y'all want to do it now?
we can.
Let's look
Because
at it.
she tells a lot in that interview about those first few hours. It's
And she
stunning.
caught so much hell.
She sure did. I feel bad for her, man.
Yeah, because I never knew. I mean, I never got the impression she ever purposely did anything bad. I
Mm-mm.
can't remember. I don't think she ever got caught doing anything. I just know that they were. It was like they
They
had to
made
find
her
somebody to
look bad.
blame, a
They
scapegoat.
made her, yep,
Yeah.
they made her look bad. And it was totally not her fault. And when you listen to her side of things, it's like, whoa, what would you, I mean, I just can't even imagine what that would have been like for her.
Especially if you're the one on scene and you know this scene is not being locked down the way it should be, and you're in disbelief at what you're seeing.
Hmm.
Um, it is pretty wild. Let me get this up. And while I start this, guys, I'm gonna mute out for a second, and I'll be right
She's
back.
very intense too.
Yes, she is, and she do got the crazy eyes, y'all. Fair warning. I cannot get this image to go away.
I know, I almost feel like she really got spooked, but I can't wait to hear what chat
Look,
says.
there, I did it. Okay. Um, okay, let me look at the date on this too. I like to look at the what we're doing here. 5 years ago, looks like August 16th of 2020, this was conducted, and this is Linda Arndt interview. She was, Good Morning America, and she was an investigator, or a cop rather, right, in the case,
She was
or
a detective.
detective on the case, right? In the very early,
First
very,
one
very
that was called in, yep.
okay. All right. So this is her side of things, guys. It's like a 12-minute video. We will stop to commentate, but I gotta run to the restroom super quick. But so I'm gonna mute out while it starts, okay? And um, Jay, thanks for hanging.
Yeah, no
I
problem. Thanks for
appreciate it.
having me.
All right, guys. Thank y'all for joining us in the chat. I hope y'all are here for the conversation. This is what we like to have. I'm not having coffee right now, but I am having conversation. All right, let's get this going and see this interview.
Love the music, huh?
Hello, I'm Christiane Klein in New York, and welcome to a special edition of Time Tunnel. With the John Bonet Ramsey murder back in the headlines, today we travel back to 1999, 3 years after the 6-year-old was strangled. ABC's Elizabeth Vargas talked with Linda Arndt, the Colorado detective who first handled the case, and she had her own suspicions about who the killer was.
John Bonet.
Oh, hello.
Nearly 3 years after the murder of John Bonet Ramsey, the case remains unsolved. But the detective who first handled the case has no questions about who is guilty.
I know who killed John Bonet. There's no doubt in my mind who killed John Bonet. And while this investigation is still ongoing, I don't think it's appropriate that I say that name out loud.
Linda Arndt was the first detective on the scene at the Ramsey house on December 26, 1996, the morning John and Patsy Ramsey had reported their 6-year-old daughter John Bonet missing. Arndt was the only officer there for much of the day. She later would be roundly criticized, vilified in the press as responsible for a bungled investigation. Now she's speaking out to set the record straight, telling her side of that dramatic day 3 years ago. It all began with a call at 6:30 in the morning from her sergeant.
He said there's been a kidnapping. It involves a 6-year-old girl. There was a ransom note, a 2.5-page ransom note. And according to the ransom note, there was going to be a phone call from the author, and they were supposed to call between 8 and 10 a.m. So I was supposed to get to the house for purposes of monitoring the phone call.
8:10 a.m. Arndt arrived at the Ramsey home and meets John Ramsey for the first time.
How did he strike you?
Cordial.
Cordial?
Mm-hmm.
Upset?
Cordial.
Distraught?
Cordial.
Did it strike you at all that that was behavior that was unusual for somebody whose child was just kidnapped?
It's been my experience that people respond to trauma in different ways. So if someone has a response that is different from mine, I don't put judgment to it. I'll just note it.
And that is what she says she did all morning, make mental notes of all things curious, including, she says, the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Ramsey remained apart in separate rooms for most of the day. That at one point, she says John Ramsey took time out in the middle of the crisis to read his mail.
I remember seeing John in the kitchen, looking through his mail, and I made a note that he was looking at his mail, and then I wondered, where did your mail come from?
Okay, you said chills. 'Cause I took my phone with me, went to the bathroom. God, y'all went with me. I have to monitor the thing, right? So I heard that. But yes, was she implying that he seemed incredibly calm and was just like cordial?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thank you
She's
for
like
coming.
distraught. She's like cordial,
Yeah,
upset, cordial.
cordial.
Yeah, just very matter of fact. Like, hey, well, come on in.
What is y'all's
I can.
impression of that, Chad? I mean, like that to me, that was like, hi, thank you for coming, right? I mean, I
Mhm.
could do something, help me find my daughter. You would expect. I mean, it's hard to say. People do have a different reaction to trauma, and I'm the girl who can't stand the girl in this horror movie that's flipping out about to get us all killed. Shut up, girl. We got to get out of here. Calm down, right? Let me slap you and just follow me. I don't want to panic. I can panic later. I
Mhm.
got to go. It's flight or fight for me, and I'm going to fight.
Well,
And
Patsy could have been freaking out, so maybe he was trying to
so
keep it cool.
maybe, but she would have noticed. Wouldn't you have picked up on that? Do you
Hmm.
think? Or I don't know. I think I would have picked up on maybe he was just trying to be the strong one. I don't know. He was cordial. Okay.
Isn't it possible maybe he was opening the mail looking for a clue from the kidnapper?
I don't know. And
So he was going through the mail, the regular mail.
He was in the kitchen reading his mail. Hmm.
So was he concerned that there might be another ransom note in the mail, or was just like casually checking the mail? Okay, that is a bit odd, unless you are. Now, if you're going into, I gotta protect this
Well, I
one.
mean, you think
Hold
he
on.
would say, "I'm checking my
Hold
mail."
on. Remember, he can't let it happen again. He's already lost one. So why are we checking the mail? Not
True.
the basement. I'm sorry, John. I don't mean to throw shade. I don't like doing that, but like Karen says, we ask questions. We're just asking questions.
And I don't
You're not being like Trisha and directly pointing a finger.
don't speculate. It's a piece of information that I see. It's something that I note.
You thought it was unusual, however.
I can say that it stuck out.
10 a.m., the deadline imposed by the writer of the ransom note for a telephone call.
10 o'clock comes and goes, and there's no acknowledgement within the house from anyone that the deadline imposed by the author of the ransom note has come and gone.
So I'm sitting
All
on
right, so I don't know if you heard that because you were away. The
Okay.
time was between 8 and 10. She was told the ransom person would be calling between 8 and 10, and she was to get over there. So the 10 o'clock mark passes, and she says, no one in the house is like, oh my God, it's past the time. Now what?
And I'm taking it the FBI is not on scene yet.
No, she's the only one there with, I guess, I don't know if those officers stayed that were there before her or if they left when she got there. I don't know what the hell's going on, but there's no one else there. She
And
was
nobody's
sent there.
acknowledging that the caller. I'm on pins and needles. If I'm Patsy and John,
Oh my
and there's a
God,
note on
yes.
my stairs, and my baby is gone on her bed, and presumably not in my home, and it says I'll be calling you between 8 and 10 with more demands or whatever, I'm on pins and needles waiting on that call. And they don't even acknowledge it didn't come?
Yeah, what were they doing?
That's
Were they
weird.
just like sitting there? Were they talking? Were they
having coffee? Were they
I
trying
think
to wrap
Patsy was unconsolable, to be honest. I
Oh,
think her
probably.
friends were
You would
probably tending to her.
Wouldn't you expect that, right? As out of a parent, your friend is going to be. You call me and tell me your baby's missing. You're distraught. I'm coming,
Yeah,
and
and I'm just
yeah,
gonna hold you up, as best I
exactly,
can.
exactly. So I can totally see that. It would be totally wild if they were neither one really reacting, but you would think as if he's being the strong one and he's caring for Patsy and overseeing, he's like, hey, this caller, hey, he hasn't called yet. What is wrong?
Well, another question I have, were they like actively communicating with her? Or were they like separate from her? Was she walking around? Because she notices him in the kitchen
She's
reading the
probably
mail.
observing everybody.
You think she's just kind of standing and just watching everyone? But there's so many different rooms is what's crazy.
I know. They
She
could have
couldn't keep them
easily
all in her sight.
Exactly. She probably can't even account for his whereabouts the entire time. Right? Because if
And
you
then they
go
got all these friends there on top of
Mhm.
it all.
And if oh, Lord.
Nobody said it's 10 o'clock and the kidnappers haven't called?
Nobody said that.
Was that something else you took note of?
Absolutely.
By 10:30 in the morning, Arndt was the
I'm just noticing how young Elizabeth Vargas was back then.
Oh, I know, right?
I've been watching her for years.
only police officer in the house with John and Patsy Ramsey, their pastor, and 4 family friends. As they waited for news, the tension was mounting. Arndt called her station house for backup repeatedly, but none had arrived.
How many times did you call the police department asking where your backup was and what was going on?
Well, I remember at least 2 calls. Both times I was told everybody's in a meeting.
A meeting?
They got your message, and that was it.
What were they having a meeting about?
No, dude, something's up here. I thought it was because it was Christmas. What the pure hell? This
Man.
goes deep. Watch the Zell brothers. I'm telling you.
Oh, I have a note. Thank you. I have a
They
note.
don't think it's John. I mean, they think that, like we talked about earlier, that they got mixed up in a group of individuals that cover for each other. And
Right.
yeah.
And you can't say that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
We
I
we
mean,
can't take that kind of stuff off the table. especially at this juncture with this case. You can't really take anything off the table. I
A
don't know what the
meeting.
interview room guy's thinking, but man.
Were you feeling pressure being in charge of a group this large and with anxiety that high?
I felt tremendous pressure.
I'm sure she felt pressure, but I would have really said, "Look here, sir, I got to clear this house and get all these people out of here. I am so sorry, but this
I
is a
think
crime
she,
scene."
do you think she felt intimidated?
Yeah. There was something
I
about
mean,
her.
all the white men? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, as a
What?
woman being intimidated by the men, and I don't know what it was, but she didn't assert
Something.
herself enough, in my opinion. Because if I'm a cop, I don't care. I'm a cop. There's a missing child. I got a ransom note. I get it. The boys downtown are working on the ransom stuff. But right now, this house is still a crime scene because she was taken from this home. We don't know how they got in here and how they got out with her. So everything's got to stop. Everybody
I
out.
wonder how long she'd been a detective before this.
Oh, that's a good question. Was it Nanos type detectives, like 1 year, 2 year, maybe 3?
Right. Where she
Is
didn't
her
feel comfortable speaking up.
Was it her first,
Where is she now, Salty? We need to talk to her.
where are you, Linda?
Is she still alive?
That's a good question. We'll have to
Gosh.
we'll have to look for her, ma'am.
1:01 p.m. Although the house had already been searched by patrolmen before she arrived, Arndt says that in order to break the...
Okay, so before she gets there, patrolmen search the home. At
Wow.
at John's direction, did they not thoroughly check the basement? Did he not take them into every room, or did they just go by
Yeah.
themselves, like you said? They went down there alone. Did they not realize there was a whole ass other room back there?
Or did he say there's no way to get back there?
Right, or I've already checked down there.
Building tension, she asked John Ramsey and his friend Fleet White to search the house again, top to bottom, looking for anything out of place.
So there's the name Fleet White again, right? The friend we were talking about earlier. A little controversy happening with them. She sends him and John off to search the house again.
To break the monotony.
That really wasn't a good call on her part, though. I could see.
All those friends should have had to leave.
Yeah,
Bye.
if you already got this guy as sus to you because he's just cordial, are you about to send him off to search the house alone?
And then he finds her?
And then he finds her.
Oh my God.
Was Fleet with him when he found the child?
Yes, keep going, keep going.
Oh, God.
She says she gave them specific instructions not to touch anything. She says John Ramsey headed straight to the basement. She heard Fleet White scream for an ambulance, and then a chilling discovery. For Arndt, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place.
And I see John Ramsey carrying Jean Bonnet up the last 3 steps from the basement. And my mind exploded. And everything that I had noted that morning that stuck out instantly made sense.
Oh, shit.
And Jean Bonnet was clearly dead. Then she's been dead for a while. I ordered him to put Jean Bonnet down. I knelt next to her and I leaned down to her face. And John leaned down opposite me. And his face was just inches from mine. And we had a nonverbal exchange that I will never forget.
Ooh.
And he asked if she was dead. And I said, yes, she's dead. And I told him to go back to the room and to dial 911. And as we...
Shouldn't she have immediately got him and Fleet completely away from them two, and she would have called her superiors. We have just found this child deceased in this home. But she tells John, go call 911. And Hey, I'm calling from the Ramsey home. We reported my daughter missing earlier. The cops are here, but she asked me to call 911 to report.
Does she not have a radio?
That's what I'm saying. Fucking no, this is not right. Something's not
Dude,
right.
what's going on here? Okay.
We live in a what's happening, y'all? This is messed up. Southern Irish, welcome in. Southern-ish, Southern Irish, I
Oh,
said.
hey, is she?
Okay, one of your peeps? All
She's
right.
one of my mods, yeah.
Okay, well, nice. Welcome in.
Looked at each other. I remember, and I wore a shoulder holster. Tucking my gun right next to me.
Oh, I remember this.
And consciously counting, I've got 18 bullets.
I remember that part of that interview when what was she fixing to do? Shoot John Ramsey?
Well, she
In the
said, I
house
got
full of
18 bullets and there's a house full of people if
A
they
house
come
full of
at me. Did she feel like she was being set up for something?
Let's go back 1 second. Let's see, we don't want to.
And I wore a shoulder holster. Tucking my back to the room and to dial 911. And as we looked at each other, I remember, and I wore a shoulder holster. Tucking my gun right next to me and consciously counting, I've got 18 bullets.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't know if we'd all be alive when people showed up. I said it.
Did she think John was going to do something to everybody?
I didn't know if we'd all be alive when they showed up.
The fuck? Who's going to kill everybody? John.
Did she have a feeling about all the friends being kind of in on something? Because don't forget their pastor or priest was there too.
No, I think she had a problem with John Ramsey, and when they made that eye contact, it obviously scared her. And now she's all over clutching her gun and counting her 18 bullets, and I don't know if we're all going to be alive. Does she think that man did that, and now he's about to lose his shit on everybody because he just been
With what?
caught?
With what though? A garrote?
She's worried now they're all going to be. I don't know what somebody in that house was about to hurt everybody, she thought. Wow, that's a strange, for that to be your first thought. You go call 911 while I get my gun and count my bullets because something's about to go down.
She wanted
Damn.
him to call 911 because, yeah, she thought they were in immediate danger and she couldn't radio.
I guess get him away. But while he's gone to call, guess what I'm doing on my radio? Stat. Get over here. This motherfucker just found his baby in this house and that he's something. I'm scared.
Right.
I got my gun.
But she's the only one there.
She's not clutching pearls. She's clutching the gun.
Everything made sense in that instance.
And what is making sense to her, though, is what I'm not.
Everything that she had noticed was making sense. What else did she notice besides male?
And cordial behavior.
I think there's a longer interview of her.
There is another one out there somewhere, I feel like.
So maybe she gives more details on things she picked up in that one. Because I feel like she mentioned more about their behavior.
I'll have to do some research and find it.
I knew what happened.
This aired in 1999.
Do you think your fear was well-founded?
You bet I do. There's no doubt in my mind.
To this day?
Never wavered.
You were afraid because you thought the killer was still in the house.
I knew it.
Absolutely.
Oh, she knew it.
She knew the killer was there.
What did she suspect, John or Fleet?
I mean, it seems like she got a little creeped out by being inches from John's face.
Yeah, she
but
did.
Perhaps both of those men.
Were they bizarre behavior? So when John was being cordial and checking mail, where was Fleet? And what was he doing? Was he,
Right.
like, sticking with just John? They're, like, in the corner whispering, having little conversations. What were they doing?
Right. And what was the pastor doing? Was he with
Consoling
Patsy or?
Patsy and the ladies, having tea?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
1:10 p.m., Detective Arndt moved John Bonet's body from the hallway to the living room.
Good
John Ramsey
grief.
came back.
Why? She already been
Where did
moved.
wait, where'd they initially drop her? Or not drop her, but
Top of
set
the
her
stairs.
down?
Top of the stairs, sorry, had a piece of chocolate in my mouth.
Right at the top of the stairs.
She said when John came up that she could see him coming from the last 3 steps up, right? And she ordered him to put John Bonet down. That's when they knelt down and she checked for the signs of life, and they almost touched faces. So then now she's moved her again. So each time she's being moved, they're transferring more DNA on her. So John's DNA should have been on his daughter. And if they're going to scrape the clothing and get some DNA later on down the road and use that to clear him, wasn't his DNA also on her clothing? Because he picked her up and physically carried her up the stairs.
So she's now moving her into the living room.
Yes.
Where everyone is.
Well, everybody's DNA can now shed to this child.
All these people are in the living room. That's where the Christmas tree was and everything. She was like laid. Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Put on parade one final time. The fuck?
Into the living room. And he grabbed a throw that was on the back of a chair. And he says, could you please cover her body? And as he's saying it, he's already put the blanket on top of her.
Oh, Lord. Well, you let that happen by putting her in the living room. You should have she should have stood in front of that child's body at the top of them stairs and said, everybody the fuck back off, out now. I got a gun, 18 bullets. I ain't scared to use it. Everybody out.
Damn straight.
Everybody out. Back up now. You know, what's happening here? So
why in the hell would he even have picked her up from that room? Why wouldn't Fleet have come and got, you know what I mean? Like
run, go get somebody. I found her.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, like both of them are down there and he picks her up. I don't know, maybe it was just like instinct.
Okay, so John maybe don't know true crime. I found her, scoops her up, and runs with her before he's thought about what he's done. A lot of parents might
like,
do
I
that.
found her. Oh my God, it's her, you know?
Yeah, oh, thank God. And I'm running. Look, I found her. And then, like, oh my God, right? I can see that happening.
Yeah, like maybe it doesn't even set in that she's deceased until you get up the stairs and everything sets in.
Point, her being a cop and ordered him to put her down, she should have left that child right there where she was. Instead, she takes her into another room, and then John throws a blanket over her, or a throw, transferring more fibers and whatnot onto
And we wonder why this child has a beaver hair on her.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Could have come from the fucking throw that he pulled off the sofa or wherever he got it from and threw over his daughter before she could stop him.
Arndt would later be harshly criticized for 2 key decisions: asking John Ramsey to search the house and allowing John Ramsey to place the blanket on John Bonet's body.
Wait, hold on, pause.
You had to know that was going to contaminate.
One thing that just hit me was that she said when Fleet and John, she said John went directly downstairs. And did you notice that she said Fleet screamed?
Is that what she said?
Yeah, Fleet screamed or yelled. But she didn't say John made any verbal.
Like he wasn't making verbal noises.
She didn't say he verbally said or hollered or anything that he heard Fleet. She heard Fleet. I don't know if she said scream or yell.
He probably yelled out. John's just is he like a silent type? Is he not? Is that his way? You know what I mean? His baseline. He's just not.
Well, he did say Patsy was extroverted and he more like John Bonet was more like her.
Right.
So more outgoing and more, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Evidence.
Jean Bonet's body was in and of itself a crime scene. Would it be nice if John hadn't found Jean Bonnet? Absolutely. And would it be nice if he hadn't put a blanket? Yeah, it would be great. And it would be nice if there were other people to help control and keep people away. That would have been wonderful. But that's not the circumstances that I had available that day.
Still alone in the living room with John Ramsey, Arndt then heard Patsy Ramsey's voice.
And I heard a wail, just a guttural moan, aching wail from the back area. It's probably one of the most pitiful things I've ever heard, and anguished. And I saw the rest of the people, the Patsy and the pastor and the 4 friends, come from the den towards the living room. So I said, if you want to say goodbye to Jean Bonnet, this is the only time you'll have to do it.
What?
And
wait, what?
Huh?
That's what you do at a funeral, lady.
That is a funeral.
Oh my God.
Is that what she... Hold on.
She told...
So I said, if you want to say goodbye to Jean Bonnet, this is the only time you'll have to do it.
She told them that?
That's what she said. She heard
No,
Patsy
ma'am.
wail and told her to come say goodbye.
Because that'll be the only time you have to do it. Lady, shut up.
But you know what that tells me? She has empathy for Patsy, but she doesn't seem to express that same thing for John.
No, she has none for him, it seems like. And I can see her, like, it would be hard to keep the mother from the child's body, but you don't, the less touching and all that, the better. But
She
to
had
say
no backup, though.
But to say that to her, that's more of a funeral. That's so, and you don't even know that lady. And that's like so weird to say in that very moment. I'm sorry, y'all.
Very weird way to say it, too. Like,
yeah, this is odd.
And
I promise you, there's many ways to say goodbye to your child. You can do it at the graveside when nobody else is around. I promise you.
There's just so much. There's so much pain. And I called 911. I get my radio number. And I said, the kidnapping has turned into a murder.
This house had suddenly become...
wait,
So she
I thought
calls
John called.
She sent John to call, and now she's calling
But
too.
he didn't? Did he call?
I don't know. She didn't say.
Where is he?
He never came back. All this is, so she's talking like slow motion here, but now she's calling 911.
Okay.
And giving her radio number, and now this kidnapping has turned into a murder.
A homicide, crime scene.
Oh, it became hell. Jean Bonnet was brought up at about 5 minutes after 1. And at 10 after 1, nobody'd shown up. And I looked out the window to the street and I saw an ambulance slowly drive by. And I thought, I am in the twilight zone.
What?
Meanwhile, the pastor led the Ramseys and their friends in prayer in the living room, holding hands as John Bonet's body lay before them.
I thought that would be the best way to organize everyone, to keep them distracted, to keep them from touching Jean Bonnet, and to keep them focused on something other than looking at Jean Bonnet.
1:20 p.m. after 3.
So this child is laid out in the living room floor because she placed her there, and she'd rather have them all be praying over there so they don't touch her and stuff. Like, this is what?
They're all sitting there hand in hand with the pastor. Her body
ambulance
laying
goes
there
by
covered
slow.
by a throw, and an ambulance drives by and keeps going.
And they're in the twilight zone.
Hours as the only officer on what Arndt calls an incredibly tense crime scene, and 20 minutes after John Bonet's body was found, backup finally arrived. The next day, the autopsy on John Bonet was conducted. Linda Arndt was there.
I hadn't seen savagery done to a child or even an adult until the doctor peeled back her scalp and saw that horrific fracture to her head. It was the length of her head.
It was 8.5 inches long, and there was something else even more disturbing.
She had trauma to her vagina.
What kind of trauma?
It would be trauma that would be consistent with injuries seen in sexual assault cases.
Recently?
I guess the best way to say that was what was seen was not a first-time injury.
Healing stages? Is that what she's implying? There were healing stages in her opinion of
I think
sexual
so, yeah.
assault injury. And this 8.5 inch bash on the back of her skull. When did that occur? Was it in her bedroom?
Well,
Or did it,
according to according to these people that have these investigators or whatever, they have said that they can't really tell that they could have happened simultaneously.
well, because if you walk into the bedroom and you just do that, the chances are that child's not going to make a lot of loud noise, right? With that severe, quick injury.
She would have been unconscious, yeah.
Right. So how do you get her from her room downstairs with her being quiet while you navigate all that space and all that shit in your way in the basement and her not waking up? So I'm wondering if someone went into her room and injured her like that before they took her to the basement. Then that means everything else that followed would have been done after a severe injury would have been inflicted.
Which makes no sense because why would you use a garrote on someone who's unconscious?
Already have such a severe injury, right? A head injury. Wow. Yeah, that's true.
The coroner
Simi, she was present. Sorry, Simi, she was present for the autopsy.
Yeah, she said she was there.
fact said the evidence was inconclusive, but ABC News has confirmed that 3 medical experts who consulted for the Boulder Police Department concluded the injuries were consistent with prior sexual abuse. As the Ramsey investigation dragged on for weeks, then months, and then years, the criticism of Linda Arndt's actions that December day continued. But she still defends her actions, saying she has become a scapegoat for a flawed investigation. And Linda Arndt remains convinced that she knows who killed Jon Bonet Ramsey. She will not say the killer's name, but has no doubt that justice will never be done.
Do you think this person will ever be indicted, will ever be charged or convicted?
No.
What you're saying is, whoever killed Jon Bonet will get away with murder.
Yes.
That was 1999. In June of 2001, a federal judge dismissed her lawsuit, saying Arndt failed to prove the police chiefs violated her First Amendment rights. Stay tuned to ABC News Now and abcnews.com for the latest information. And that's all for this special.
Didn't she get into trouble? Wait, was there...
What was she sued about? Did John Ramsey sue her?
I forgot about that. Hold on. There was, because that interview that she just did, that was after some shit went down. That's why I knew. Hang on.
She's an interesting one.
It was very crazy. The whole thing with her. Let's see.
Yeah, she said it would never be solved. No one would be indicted. And here we are in 2026.
And guess what? She wasn't wrong, was she?
She was not wrong.
And the family's been cleared according to this letter from the district attorney in 2008 and the interview room.
I wonder why no one has ever gone back and gotten her opinion after all these years, unless she just does not want to talk.
Let's see.
Please tell me she's not dead.
I'm fixing to look. Okay.
Rabbit hole. I love rabbit holes. This one has a lot of rabbit holes.
It's so many. And you know, you have to unpack them to rule them out, right? Sometimes you just do. What? This is some shit from I pulled up. Who is Steve Thomas? They wrote a book Detectives were concerned about one of their own, Linda Arndt, who had been a good cop, now seemed unhappy, withdrawn, and outright hostile. It looked as if the problems she had encountered as the first detected at the Ramsey home were eating her up inside. In early March, Arndt had a private meeting with Patsy. She drove to the home of a Ramsey friend, where Patsy greeted her with a hug. Arndt reported that she took off her blazer and even lifted her sweater to prove to lawyer Patrick Burke that she wore no recording device and carried no police equipment whatsoever, not even a gun. We were engaged about the unauthorized visit. We were enraged about the unauthorized visit, which Arndt termed personal. Since we had been trying for so long without success to get formal interviews, any information would have been welcome. But when I asked what they talked about during the hour-long chat, she looked me in the eye. I told Patsy our conversation would be in confidence. I can't tell you. You're a detective, aren't I? Protested. Somebody did an interview with her. You have a duty
So,
to give us
okay,
this
so
information. Wow.
so let's unpack that based on what she just said. So she clearly felt the pain of Patsy,
Yeah.
and then she revisited and met with Patsy alone,
Yep.
privately.
And I
Interesting.
wonder, and it's very interesting. And what type? How did that conversation go? What did Linda bring up as far as what she wanted to know? Because it couldn't have
Right.
been just Patsy wanting to know what Linda knew about the investigation. It could have been, I mean,
I almost feel like she wanted to talk to Patsy alone because she suspects the men in this situation and maybe wanted to get the woman alone to talk about that situation.
wait, what is this?
You know what I'm saying?
There's okay. There was something that I Googled, and it's like Linda Arndt's funeral service, but it doesn't say it's her. You know how that goes. Um, I'm looking for information if she had passed away or not. I don't see it though. Where is she now? Let's see. People are asking. What is this one from 2024? Netflix is following up on Ryan Murphy's wildly successful Menendez Brothers series, I guess with the John Bonet series. Okay. I'm looking for information about this lady. Here we go. Where is she now?
Aussie
According to
Cheryl. I
the,
don't know her middle name.
uh, according to the Daily Camera, Arndt is widely criticized, for the case. Let's see. 11-year veteran, retired with a tarnished reputation and a lawsuit that wasn't decided in her favor. In June of 99, it was dismissed by the U.S. District Judge after the 9th day of testimony. Following that, Arndt briefly worked at the University of Colorado but was fired after 5 months. She tried to find employment with the U.S. Census Bureau in 2000, but they wouldn't hire her. You couldn't even get a
Linda.
job with the Census Bureau, Jay.
Linda. Then what happened?
The disgraced detective eventually got a job trimming trees for $8 an hour.
You're lying. This has to be satire. Are you serious?
I don't know.
No, are you lying?
Says Linda
Are you
Arndt
punking
says,
me?
look, what is this Distractify? This is on the web. I don't know what it is. What is Distractify, guys? Just by Jennifer
Disgraced. They
Tisdale.
called her disgraced.
A human interest story
Trimming trees?
published in November 2024 by Jennifer Tisdale. Look, I'll show y'all. I'll show you. Let me share screen.
If she
Trimming
literally went to trim trees,
Right.
I'm deceased right now.
It's good shit. I mean, trees got to be
Dude,
trimmed.
I'm telling you, they ruined her.
Trees got to
They
be trimmed.
ruined her.
Okay. Man, the Census Bureau. Okay. The 11-year-old veteran retired with a tarnished reputation, and the lawsuit was not in her favor. Okay. Following that, Arndt briefly worked at the University of Colorado, but was fired after 5 months. She tried to find employment with the U.S. Census Bureau in 2000, but they wouldn't hire her. The disgraced detective eventually got a job trimming trees.
Per the Daily Camera. Click on that link of the Daily Camera.
If it will, I've been looking at their stuff too. Look, like it's not gonna. I got to go
They're
pull it.
official. Like they're official Colorado news.
I actually referred to their stuff 3 times already tonight. Let me save this like this. Hold on, because I got
$8 an hour?
$8. Let me save it like
Trimming
this.
trees? I'm shook.
Let me
This
put.
cannot be real. I mean, I think it is, because the Daily Camera is legit.
Yeah, I just pulled up their article. We're about to go get it. I got to pull this down and pull it back up. Now I got it. I just got the article we linked into from the Daily Camera. They have some pretty good work in the case because I was looking at some of their stuff earlier and referred to it.
They
got
have a
some
lot.
timelines too. Yeah, they do have a lot actually. Oops, 25. Okay, and I just, right here. This is the article we just pulled up from that link. Let me get it up here. It says, Arndt denies ransom note in indictment. What? This is the article that was linked that we clicked on. Okay. When was this? Get out of here with your ad. June 7, 2001. Boulder police officer told former detective Linda Arndt it was a bad idea to give Patsy Ramsey's attorney a copy of a ransom note days after John Bonet Ramsey was killed, an attorney for the Boulder Police Department said on Wednesday. So, did she go meet with Patsy and give her a copy of the ransom note?
Well, no, we talked about that. I don't know if it was where it came from, but earlier we talked about that. She Xeroxed copies and handed them out.
Who did?
Linda.
Linda, you're doing a lot too, man. Who would do that? That's evident. These detectives, oh, Linda, you botched the scene from the get-go. You was all intimidated by those men and act cordial.
I think she gave him copies. I think like the friends too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh God, here's one for you. Everybody pass these out. You got one? You got one too? Y'all read these until my backup comes. Oh my God. If y'all recognize that handwriting, let me know.
How'd she Xerox them?
Oh,
on the Ramseys?
In the Ramseys thing? Oh my God. Holy shit.
This keeps getting worse.
Good luck, cold case people.
Right?
I fucking need it. They need to hire us, right, team?
I wonder if she will come up in their investigation.
Ooh. Good question. If they're thorough, that she will, won't she?
Yeah, I mean, being the first detective when the body was found, right?
John, how did she feel about you? She thought I was cordial.
I'd love to hear Krish talk about her saying, I got
Krish.
18 bullets.
She clutched her sidearm, strapped to her shoulder.
Well, she straight up said the killer was in that house.
And that's right. Look, she can't leave the house either there, Chris. All right. So Arndt denied that statement and others by attorney Theodore Hallaby, who questioned her in court about a list of allegations in news media that she says her superiors should have corrected. Oh, what happened? Oh. She spoke more than just one interview, right? She did a couple, it seems like.
Oh, I guess they held her back from talking to the media.
A first detective on scene after Bonet was reported kidnapped. Okay. Arndt was present when her father found her body. Okay. A jury is considering Arndt's claims in a lawsuit that the police department violated her First Amendment rights by preventing her from defending herself against media allegations, such as she bungled the crime scene at the Ramsey home. So they're laying a lot of the blame on her for the early stages of the fumbling of the crime scene, right? By being the cop at the scene, not securing it, not putting a guy at the front, everybody in, everybody out, sign this. All the things that should have been done weren't done. They laid squarely at her feet. What about the other officers, like you pointed out? Where'd they go? And then she's like, no, not my fault.
I mean, did she tell those guys to leave? I'd love to know how that
How
all
that,
went down.
yeah. See, Hallaby asked Arndt about a session in January 4th, 97, in which Patsy Ramsey gave a handwriting sample at the home of Peter Hofstrom, then Boulder County Chief Trial Deputy District Attorney. She was at his home? And
Wait.
and that yeah. Okay, so in 1997, okay, what, a year after the crime, well, a few months really, because Christmas 96. Okay, so January of 97, Patsy Ramsey gave a handwriting sample at the home of Peter Hofstrom, then Boulder County Chief Trial Deputy District Attorney.
So Patsy went to the district attorney's house?
Yes.
And then Linda sat there and read the note and Patsy wrote it down.
Yep. In that session, Art read from the ransom note found in the Ramsey home, and Patsy wrote down the words.
The
So she,
fuck?
not
Well,
even
that's like Annie and Tommaso being interviewed by the investigators at their home and polygraphed at their home or whatever. Like,
right. Oh my God.
wait, what is this next paragraph?
Okay. So they're going to dictate to, she's going to read it out loud and have Patsy write it down, not even a come to the office situation. Okay.
They're in the comfort of the DA's home.
Right. Patsy, would you mind writing down? Patsy could make fake handwriting. I don't know. I read the whole note, Arndt told Hallaby. Hallaby said that when the session concluded, Ramsey's attorney laughed and said, "Aren't you going to give us a copy of the ransom note?" And Arndt replied, "Follow me to the headquarters and I'll make you a copy."
She says that didn't happen.
She says that didn't happen. Well, then how'd they get, well, Lordy. Hallaby said on the way to the police headquarters, another officer riding with Arndt told her it would be a mistake to provide the note to the attorney. "That's a lie," she responded. Lord. In a letter to then police chief Tom Kobe in 1997 of October 97, Arndt's attorney asked Kobe to correct numerous false allegations in the news media, including allegations that she provided the note to the Ramseys. For example, we presume that you, without a doubt, we presume that you know without a doubt that Linda was not the source of the Ramseys or the representative's acquisition of the ransom note. Well, how did they get a copy of it? If
Wait, what?
Arndt said the letter should have said that she provided the note with authorization from her superiors. So she did provide it. But she says she had authorization from the superiors. She said, Arndt said the letter should have said that she provided the note with authorization. Well, where's the authorization, ma'am? We can't just say you did.
Right?
And I mean, don't they require authorization's got to be signed off on, doesn't it?
This last paragraph.
In other testimony Wednesday, Arndt said she was fired from her job at the University of Colorado after 5 months, and that even the Census Bureau wouldn't hire her, and that she now works for a tree trimmer for $8 an hour.
Dude, they ruined her. I think they ruined her on purpose.
Oh man, yeah.
Poor lady.
Yeah, part of it was probably, part of it was bad policing on her part, but damn, y'all put her in charge of everything.
I still want to know where that ambulance was going.
And why were they all in a meeting?
Yeah, why was the ambulance driving slow on the Ramses Road? The fuck?
Well, the meeting was still being conducted about what we should do, so they were unsure. Maybe
God, what else does this article say? Is there more?
No, that was the end of that one. Of the when we pulled out of
Wait,
the other one. No, there's more to the other one.
Go down a little bit. I think there was more about her testimony.
Let me see. Let me pull it back up. I thought that was the end of that one.
That's
I got
so
it. It's right
crazy.
at the
I
top.
mean, we laughed, but I really think they ruined that lady.
Yeah, I mean, she wasn't perfect at her job, but she wasn't to total blame either for everything that went wrong in that investigation. There's just no way.
Heck no.
No way. Yeah. And if she was suspicious of and a little bit of intimidated by John Ramsey.
Yeah, she even said she kept calling for backup when no one was showing up.
Yeah. Okay, so let me go all the way down to the bottom again.
I wonder where she resides now.
I don't know. Let's see.
If she's still trimming trees, she could start a
Oh, there it
YouTube
is.
channel.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Probably do extremely well.
Maybe. Maybe.
That last paragraph's crazy.
These streets are crazy. All right. Testimony stalled for about 3 hours Wednesday as both sides met up with the U.S. District Judge, Boulder City Attorney Joe Ramsey, and said after lunch that the two sides might be attempting to agree on a settlement. So this is her lawsuit stuff. Although Hallaby and Arndt's attorney Bruce Jones wouldn't discuss what occurred during the lengthy break. So after the testimony about her, working as the tree trimmer now and all that, they had a 3-hour little break there. So at 1:55, Arndt huddled in the hallway with 5 friends and family members. She smiled as she re-entered the courtroom. Then the two sides were called to Down's office. They returned about a minute later, and the testimony resumed. Hallaby will continue to cross-examine Arndt today and could begin to present to police department. Okay, and then
they ended up tossing her lawsuit, or she lost
yeah,
it.
yeah, they tossed it after several days of testimony. They tossed it out. I think it was like 9 days. They said
tossed it out, and then she couldn't get a job even doing census work.
No, couldn't even get a job at the Census Bureau. That's wild.
Crazy.
You go from a detective in the Boulder Police Department or whatever she was.
They blacklisted her, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Because why would the Census Bureau not hire you? Did she put in her resume, well, I once worked as a Boulder Police Department detective and this, and that happened, and they're like, oh, well, we can't even trust you to.
Well, damn, I mean, my brother's a retired line worker from Ford, and he was doing census work. I mean, I don't know why you'd have to have, like, huge credentials.
You don't. That's not, like, yeah.
Weird.
I don't know.
I think she was blacklisted.
Exactly, that would be the reason right there. As a government entity or agency, right, you know what I mean? Like, it's local government, whatever. They're like, nah, we're not giving her any jobs. She has to go trim the trees.
I wonder if she ended up moving. I probably would have moved the hell away from there.
I would have got as far away from there as I can and all of that. Because there was so much going on back then. With all the speculation, everybody wanted this perpetrator caught. That was such a horrible. It was so hard for us to wrap our minds around somebody doing that to start with, let alone doing it in their home while they were there. It made you got to re-examine. It made me wonder things like, am I that parent? Like, I feel like I'm going to wake up if I hear a noise. What if I don't? Right? You hear all those hear the thud in the night stories. After Sebastian Rogers in Idaho 4, guess what? I was that mom who had a 15-year-old gamer in the next room. I hear a thud. Boy, what the hell are you doing in there? Nothing, Mom. Fine. I'm not getting my ass up and going to check every time I heard a thud come from that boy's room. Right? Not every single time. But guess what? After Sebastian Rogers in Idaho 4, no longer will I hear a thud in the night and go, oh, that was nothing. I'm going to get my ass up now and go look. It's just wild with the things but back then you wonder, would you sleep through something happening? Because we were hearing more and more abductions of children right up out of their homes while parents are sleeping. Look at Elizabeth Smart. It legit happened just that way, and they never knew it. So
the thing is, like, I wonder in the Smart case if when the investigation was in its early stages, if they talked to the mom and said, hey, have you guys been in contact with any transients or anything? Because that was exactly how he found them, was her mom was passing out, like, what was it? She hired him.
Yeah,
He was
they
passing out business cards and they hired him or some shit
yeah, they
to
hired him
do
to
a
come
job.
and do some to do a job at the house, and he ended up doing, a little work at the house. That's what he was doing, or that's how he had become
And
affiliated with them.
did
That's
they
exactly how it started.
not know who he was? Or were they looking for him? Or
No, so when it first happened, he came around several times and did some work. So he was familiar a little bit with the house and the kids, but not like, "Oh, come on in and hang out." He was just familiar. That's all it took. So when he did break in that night and he threatened the sister, right? Months went by before she remembered whose voice that was she heard. And then it dawned on her one day. And she's like, that was Emmanuel. Was that his name, guys? Emmanuel was the name he went by. So when she tells the parents that, they're like, oh my God. And they tell the cops, this is who he is. And this is how we knew him. And lo and behold, that's exactly who he was. But I don't know if when they first go into these situations and they ask, who all's had access to your home? Who all's worked in the home? Do you have maids? All the things you should be asking, like in the
I
Guthrie
heard
case.
Patsy say today in that first interview, she said we
Mhm.
gave them a lot of names because they wanted to know people that had been in our home. And she said it was so hard because everyone that had been in our home, I couldn't imagine could do this.
Do you remember today John Ramsey said they remodeled every home they ever lived in?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do all that work himself. There were contractors in and out of these homes. So when you're making your list of who all's been in and out of your home, who could have accessed it, who could have, somebody had to know that house. So
Yeah,
all
I
these
mean, did she pay someone to come in and decorate for Christmas? Because a lot of rich people do that.
They certainly will do that. They'll hire decorators that will come in and help them decorate the home and make sure it's
Or
perfect.
hang Christmas lights and all that
Yes.
stuff outside. And
We know John's busy. He's at work all the time. Corporate
John
America
Bonet had that little
calls.
balcony.
It had to be cute, right? We're going to dive into the balcony next week, apparently. I'm curious about it's another entryway to me. Could be.
She
I
had a
don't
whole
know.
door right there.
Right. And if you look at that floor plan to the second floor where the kids' bedrooms were, those boys had a really large balcony, and she had
Mm-hmm.
is it this one? Let's see.
Hers is a good size too.
Hers was a good size. Melinda's room didn't have a balcony. Now, keep that in mind. I got a 6-year-old little girl. Melinda's not there all the time. I might not put my baby right on a balcony. I'm a little concerned. I'm just that way. Like, I was scared to death. I was going, shit, what's going to happen? And I'm asleep and I don't know it. I
Yeah,
would have
I'd
had a
probably
hard time
put
with
her
my
in
kids.
Melinda's room.
I would have had a hard time with my kids being 2 to 3 floors away from me, period. It was just, what if I don't hear them? Too many things could happen, but that's just me. But yeah, she had that balcony. And look how big. Now look, it looks like on the boys' side over here, see where it says John had his bedroom and Burke had his room. That playroom had a door to access a large balcony, and it looks like possibly the boys had a window to that balcony, or
It looks like John's might have had like doors. That's a wide
that's wide,
area.
right? Like a sliding door, maybe?
That or double doors or something.
Double doors. And then John Bonet looked like it had a large window and door access.
She had a door. That's right. She had
Yep.
a door and a window.
Door access. I need
So
to get some
maybe John
images of
Andrews is the same.
I need to get some images of the outside of the house. I wanna get that visual too, like, let me look at it from
I
that
think you might be able to find them
perspective.
in those videos because I think they
Yeah.
film outside too when they walk around.
Okay. Well, there's probably a treasure trove of ways to view that, right? And to get the pictures and images we would like to look at, because I certainly would like to see an image of what it would have looked like from the, uh, outside of her home. How easy would it you would there was no ladders out there. There's no indication anybody came in that way that I'm aware of, unless the interview room's going to show me something I don't know come next week, right? They're going to talk about that balcony for whatever reason. Naturally, you would have to assume, could it have been a way into the room or into the home period? I don't know. All right, guys, I'm going to let you guys go. It's getting late.
All right, I'm gonna hop down. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming up and hanging
Yeah, it
out
was
with
great.
us. We appreciate it, unpacking this stuff. I mean, when we got doing it together and working through some of the stuff, right? When you have the same questions or we have different questions. So I appreciate you coming and helping us. And chat, y'all been great
Yeah,
joining
I
in the
love it.
conversation down there. I know, I love that part. I think we
All
all
right,
have
I'm
a
gonna
lot.
hop down so you can
All
say
right,
bye to
thank
everybody.
you.
All
All right,
right,
thank you for coming up,
bye,
girl.
guys.
All right, have a good
Thank you.
night. All right, guys, I really appreciate that. That was fun to have Jay come up. Um, it's wild. It's hard. It's one of those cases that just doesn't ever go away because it never got solved, right? And I think a lot of us feel the same way about it. There's just so many questions that were always there, and now, of course, we're going to have a lot of new ones come up and come back up now that John Ramsey and the interview room are unpacking this case in the way they're doing with this cold case foundation presentation thing. So I know I'll be watching it. I know Jay will be keeping watching it as well, and I'm gonna do some follow-up shows on it throughout the week, and bring some more interviews and try to get some more. I want to see if we can find some of those DNA reports and find out what the other lab was. And I can't say, well, oh, just because a lab found a different finding, that's gold. I gotta know more about that whole stuff. So we're gonna try to unpack more as we move through it. I do recommend y'all go back and watch Jay's live today, on the replay. If you didn't get to see it, you'll get a lot of information there as well. And I hope y'all all had a fabulous Memorial Day. Oh, let's see. Real Kells, welcome. Hey, you sent high fives. All right, high fives. That's so cool. Those things are so neat, aren't they? Oh, Colette, welcome in. You sent gold coins. Thank you for that. I'm not sure how that works yet, y'all. Like, it just started happening around here recently. I remember when it first happened, I'm like, what is this? But I appreciate all of that. I appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out with us. And if y'all don't mind, hit the thumbs up button. Let's get the shows into the algorithm and get the discussion out there, right? Because I can't. Right now, I'm in a questioning phase, right? I've known the case for a long time, but I still can't sit here and point fingers directly at somebody because I don't know enough yet. I've never known enough to be able to do that, but I've always had suspicion. I don't think we can be ridiculed for having a suspicion. And I just think it's incredibly odd of the interview room to come out for as long as they have and state so much about emphasis on how we cannot clear a family and all the reasons we can't do that. They're really, really good about giving us all those reasons why we cannot do it. But came out last night and set the stage with this letter, and we're cleared. So there's that. Take it with a grain of salt. And if y'all want to go over there and check out the shows with us, do so and unpack it. And I won't be live the nights they do the shows, but I'll be back on the Mondays to review the shows, right? We'll do it that way. Oh, goodness. Glass evidence says excuses. Excuses for what? Did I make an excuse for something? I sat home all weekend. Because I tried to today. I had to get out and run an errand. There was just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But guess what? I had stuff in the truck, and I didn't get it out because it was raining all day, and now it's not. So guess what? I got to go do a chore. I got to go get some stuff out of the truck and deal with that. And then I can chill. All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming in and starting to unpack. I called this part one because we're not done, right? I feel like there's no way you can look at this case and peel back all the layers in one show, And so that's why I appreciate Jay coming on. She was live today, and I was all in her show in the chat, and her coming in tonight was like we just there's so much we could, how it is. You want to You think about it and you got to process it, right? So we'll do that together as we move through this, whatever this is they're doing. They did ruin her. Yeah. Sounds like, she didn't do things right at that crime scene, obviously. Being intimidated certainly didn't help. Being the only one there didn't help. There was a lot of things that went into it. But there's a lot of things that weren't done right. Oh, the interview room. I got you, Glass. I got you. Hey, even if you didn't agree with me, you're cool here, y'all. We don't mind different opinions as long as everybody's respectful, right? And even if you feel some type of way about the possibility of the family, that's fine too. That's your opinion. But I think we can all be respectful of it, right? And I'm going to give, John Ramsey, he's an old man. They haven't arrested him yet. He hasn't been charged. I haven't got to the grand jury stuff yet, so I don't know how I feel for sure. Like I said, he's just right there in the middle for me. I don't know yet. I have got to wait, and I feel like I'm in trial and I'm just unpacking evidence and I can't make a determination yet. We're going to leave it at that, I guess. That's how we try anyway. All right, everybody, thank y'all for coming again. I'm going to let y'all go. Y'all go have a great night, and y'all know, if you don't know, you'll find out soon. I have a saying around here, y'all be safe on them YouTube streets. It can be a little dangerous out there at times. Just take it all with a grain of salt. I'll see you when I see you. Bye, everybody.